Remember what it was like to be a kid? To explore and play. To roam free all day. In Jamestown, North Carolina, we get out of the grind and escape into the moment. People feel good here. Let loose here. Eat well here. Feel swell here. We go for a ride or an afternoon stroll. We cheer each other on. And go for the goal. Here, a treasured history meets the energy of a town on the rise. In a place with true heart and soul, and where we have our own special beat. Jamestown, North Carolina, where history and possibility meet.
House tonight. Welcome, everybody. Let's have a roll call, Katie.
Councilmember Glanville?
Here.
Councilmember Gibson?
Here.
Mayor Dickinson?
Here.
Councilmember Burgess?
Here.
Councilmember Westmoreland?
Here.
The quorum is present.
Thank you. May we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge Please observe a quick moment of silence. Okay. Thank you. All right, Council, are there any items that need to be added or deleted from our consent agenda tonight?
Yes, Mayor, I do have some, but prior to that, I'd like to make a statement in regards to a resident letter to the editor published on July the 8th, if okay.
Okay.
Thank you. The letter mischaracterizes the interaction with myself and Councilwoman Sarah Glanville during the July 3rd Music in the Park. Contrary to the residents' assertions, town employee morale was not part of the conversation. Additionally, the decision for myself and Councilwoman Glanville to step away from the interaction was made strictly in the pursuit of peace after being met with angry and intimidating approach. By walking away from hostile interaction at public events or in any other situation simply demonstrates a desire for us to de-escalate negative interaction with respect and civility, and does not represent weak leadership. As I have mentioned several times, our residents are our top priority, and we continue to welcome constructive dialogue with all of our residents in the proper channels and with respect. Therefore, we do continue to encourage everyone with ideas and opinions or concerns to please feel free to reach out as we welcome and embrace civil dialogue. We all love coming together at the events, and we also enjoy supporting our community and our work and our service to our community certainly does not stop at this council table. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I'm sorry, I would like to add a bit to it. I'm really echoing here. So I just would like to say first and foremost, thank you to our Parks and Recreation staff, to our town manager who were out on July 3rd. It was well over, well, not well over, but it was 100 degrees. The real feel was well over 100 degrees. It was a very long day with 2 events going on, the America 250 event and then the Music in the Park event. Everyone pulled together, did a great job. I want to commend Councilwoman Burgess, who organized the entire event on her own and really pulled it together. We served over 200 meals for free to residents and visitors to Jamestown. She made an event with games and photo booths and vendors, and it was really a lovely event. And I am typically not one to respond to social media or the jibber jabber. I don't find typically it to be productive conversations. I feel it devolves quickly into attacks, and so I don't typically engage in that or respond. But since this was a letter to the editor, I just really want to make it very, very clear. It called into question integrity around volunteerism and our commitment to this job. I have a thick skin, and people can say what they want. I know what's in my heart. I know this council knows what's in my heart and my commitment to this town. But what I was really, really upset about was calling into question Councilmember Burgess's commitment to this town. If anyone knows Councilmember Burgess, which clearly this person who wrote the letter did not, knows that no one is more committed to this town. She is out here every day visiting with people, visiting residents. When we were on the campaign trail, she would meet people who, were having a life event. She would bring gifts to their homes, after we had visited their homes. During the event, which again, was extremely hot and difficult to kind of keep your composure at, she welcomed every person with a smile. We had some residents sit with us and eat with us for a bit. No one walked away feeling like they were being neglected by Councilwoman Burgess. And so I just really need to put that on the public record that, calling her integrity into question really showed more about the person who wrote the article than about Councilmember Burgess.
I agree, and she enjoys every minute of it, which is the big difference. We're very lucky to have you.
Thank you, that's fine.
Okay.
The approval of the agenda, I make a request to add the reappointment of Brant Gomez as Planning Board alternate, the appointment of Jeff Vale as full-time Planning Board member, the reappointment of Hope Ng as full-time Planning Board member, as the last items on the consent agenda, and a discussion regarding the personnel matter to the closed session.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. So I think if Jeff is here, I'd like to at least recognize our newest member of the planning board. Jeff Bale, are you around? There he is. Okay, you'll be serving for 5 years, and we look forward to your input and insights and everything else you might bring to the job. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, we're going to now open up the floor to public comments. This is
I
not,
think we need to approve the consent agenda first.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
And I wanted to say a couple things real quick, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind.
absolutely.
A couple of items, because the consent agenda always sort of flies by and under the radar screen to a certain degree, because all the items are grouped together and there's a lot of items in this particular agenda. But the two I wanted to highlight, one was there was an item that we approved just now for a amendment to our ABC agreement. So the town of Jamestown and the High Point ABC Board have had a relationship now since 2000. So since 2002, we've had an agreement in place with them where effectively they pay us $50,000 per year. So if you sort of look at $2,002 versus $2026, and everybody knows what we're all facing right now in the way of ongoing cost increases and those types of things, the math is problematic to Jamestown. So the manager and I and others had a conversation with the chairman of the ABC board, David Wall, and his staff team, and we talked about options and opportunities to enhance the revenue share to Jamestown. And many of you probably know there's a new ABC store that's opened up over off of Eastgate City Boulevard, close to Guilford College Road there where Publix is. That's operated by the High Point ABC board, but it's actually within the Jamestown town limits. So in a nutshell, what the agreement did is it now will base it off of sort of a net profit revenue share kind of formula. So Jamestown is expecting to receive $78,000 this upcoming fiscal year instead of $50,000. They have communicated it's the highest revenue performing store in the High Point ABC system. So again, I don't like to encourage people to necessarily partake of things from time to time, but if you're thinking about events and you do have a need for a little lively spirit or two, that's a great place. That's a great place to go visit. The second thing that we approved was an item that we do on an annual basis where we have a relationship with the local YMCA here, the Mary Perry Ragsdale YMCA. And within that, there are some special sort of opportunities for Jamestown residents that I wanted to call out. So there's 4 categories of things, and you can follow up with the folks at the YMCA to get more details, but these are all sort of geared towards Jamestown residents. They have an ongoing adult fitness yoga in the park event. They have water fitness for adults and seniors. They have a youth sports program, and then they have the summer camp field trips that they sponsor. So anyway, I'll just bring it up to everybody here and everybody in Jamestown. Look into those opportunities to participate. Our YMCA is a good partner with us in things that we do here in this community, sort of an extension of things that we can do and provide. So with that, Madam Mayor, I think I'm done, but thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you, Jim. All right, and so now we'll move on to public comments. This is, if you're here for the public hearings, that's later. This is general comments. Please state your name and adhere to the 3-minute limit. We ask that you address the council, not individual members. Okay. Did anyone sign up?
Yes, Dr. Elma Hairston.
Good evening. I am Dr. Elma Hairston. I am a graduate of Ragsdale High School. My mom was the maid for Mayor Thomas Ragsdale and Miss Lucy Ragsdale, and my dad was the night watchman down at the mill. I am running for North Carolina House District 59, and I'm running because far too many families are working hard, playing by the rules, and still struggling to make ends meet. I have a vision for Jamestown, and that vision is modernizing property tax relief. Yes, I said modernizing property tax relief for seniors and fixed-income homeowners, supporting small business access to capital grants, and making sure that the infrastructure investment supports the needs of the people. Jamestown doesn't need to become a big city, but it does need the resources, planning, and leadership to remain strong, connected, and a thriving community. This is about balance, preserving what people have and love about Jamestown while making sure it works for the next generation. Winning this election would move us closer to an agenda that puts people's needs first, about advancing long-term solutions versus short-term politics. That means protecting essential rights, supporting affordable and sustainable health care, strengthening public schools, expanding affordable housing, ensuring safe and fair rental standards, and creating good jobs with fair wages, training, apprenticeships, and community investment. These priorities are not abstract. They affect stability, opportunity, and well-being of families across House District 59 and North Carolina. I want to bring people together meet the real needs of our communities, and help build a stronger future where everyone can thrive. My House District 59 includes South High Point, all of Jamestown, East Greensboro, McLeansville, Gibsonville, Whitsett, Pleasant Garden, Brown Summit, and Summerfield. Your vote matters. It's critically important that you prepare a voting plan. Early voting is October 15th through the 31st. Today, I have you know, Jamestown was retained as an early voting site. Jamestown was not initially on that list, but now it is on that list. And it goes to the North Carolina Board of Elections for final review, but just to know it is on that list. And lastly, please be sure you check your registration, because we will need to make sure that you are on the voter rolls, because they did some adjusting with those, and we just want to make sure you're there. So I look forward to representing North Carolina as House District 59 representative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Debbie.
Sam Page.
Hello there. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words here. My name is Sam Page. I am the sheriff of Rockingham County, but I'll be retiring next Friday. First of all, when I first came in here, I saw somebody that I hadn't seen in a long time since he was a teenager. It's Mr. Gord with Parks and Recreation. And his father was my training officer when I first came to the sheriff's office, but I know him and his twin brother, and you're lucky to have him here. And he'll help you a lot. But as you know, I am running for Senate in the 26th district. You probably heard my name mentioned over the past year. I've worked hard, went through a tough campaign, but we prevailed. It is an honor to be here. Public safety is what I know. The first responsibility of government is protecting our citizens, and I know that very well. I've served nearly 44 years in law enforcement and 28 years as the sheriff of Rockingham County. I try to make sure I look after our citizens. I also try to never forget who I work for. The citizens are my bosses, not corporate interests, and not Raleigh, right here in the district, Guilford and Rockingham counties. Property taxes. I've been very involved since I got out of my campaign and started visiting. And I went down to Guilford County, and I went around Guilford County and attended several of these property tax conversations. And what's sad is what I hear is people feel like they're being taxed out of their property. I don't think that resonated very well with the county commissioners, and I opposed the way they went about it. And I think that revenue neutral was a starting point. And when we do set the property tax rate after eval, what should be done is should be set to make sure we cover the essential services, not setting aside monies for pet projects. Because when we can keep more money in your pocket, we can be happy. And I know if you have more money in your pocket, you're going to be happy. And that's what I want to see. And I want to bring that to the legislature. I want to make sure that we look at that revenue neutral conversation. I'll be visiting Jamestown, and I'll also be visiting around Guilford County. It's a big county. I spent a lot of time in Rockingham County, but I'm going to get known in Guilford County. And I just want you to know, when you see me, if you have a question, my phone is posted. You can call me. As a sheriff, I carry 2 phones. I'll probably carry 2 more phones as your next senator. But I want you to know, I want to work for you in Guilford and Rockingham County to make a difference. And that's what I will do as your next senator. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Sharon Hovis.
Sharon Hose, 215 Misty Waters, right here. So I want to address the board and say, and now being disappointed what I heard earlier with Ms. Burgess, everybody don't realize, but being up here on the board takes a lot. I don't see a lot of people trying to do what you do. You're not even getting paid for it. So to take anything objectively from the public isn't obvious. Maybe it's your color, because that's one of the things I've seen in Jamestown. Their struggle is still real. You still got some of those who won't even slide over for you when you sit down. All I'm saying is stay strong. Board members, stay strong. No matter what they say out there, it is what it is. Staff, no matter if you feel like you're being attacked personally, don't take it personal. This is business at the end of the day. This is money. This is our tax-paying money. And don't forget, these board meetings that you're having right now, that's for us. That's not for you. That's for you to tell us what you're doing. And we would like to know more than just that the YMCA is offering something. We need to know what is it they offer, Westmoreland. But most of all, what I'm really here for is still back on that parkway up there in Dillon Road. We still keep having wrecks. Not going to be happy till we have a fatality up there. I'm asking the board at this point if you guys can go ahead, because I've already got it from North Carolina DOT. I've already gotten word from the grounds work that if you can just paint a crosswalk, because there is no sidewalk over there. If you know anything about the river walk area over there, you've got residents on both sides of that speedway up there that nobody asked for that lives there now. I know when I had bought into that place back in 2013, I never thought of that parkway being there. Nobody asked my opinion, but we got to deal with it now. And I still feel the same way. Either way, my 3 minutes up?
No, you're good.
Either way, though, you guys are doing a good job. Staff, you're still doing a good job. Y'all stick it out. I mean, you're going to get some of us naysayers. That's just the way it is. But don't let those folks out there, the ones back out here, deter you from what you're doing. Because if they were wanting to do what you're doing right now, they would have went ahead and put their name on the ballot. I know it takes a lot to put your name on a ballot and use your time to come out here to make them happy. You're not going to ever make everybody happy. You just won't. And that's the ex-law enforcement in me talking. You can give a person $1 million, and guess what? They'll still never be happy. So keep doing the good work and do what you do. And like I said, ask the hard questions. It's your job to ask him what's going on. Keep doing what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Harvey.
Hello, I'm back again. I'm Cheryl Harvey. I live at 206 Norwood Drive. The yellow house is the same. Somebody's still staying there at night, but nobody's ever gotten back in touch with me to let me know what's going on. I've got a list here because a couple of years ago, our ordinance guy came by and gave me 10 days to clean what was in front of my garage, which compared to everybody else, it was not an issue. I did it, but I've been upset about it ever since because I turned this list in, like right after that happened. Okay, I don't have one for you, I'm sorry. But I was told just before the meeting starts that we no longer have an ordinance guy. If y'all look at the front page are all these yards that there's major problems. And nobody has gone back and told these people what I was told, that I had 10 days to clean up in front of my garage, and I had to appear for a hearing at the town hall, which I did. But I'd already cleaned up, but I came here. If you look at the second page, folks, this is at the corner of Maple Street and Forestdale. All this weight of this debris rolling on the power lines is on Jamestown property. It's not on the residents. And if you look at the page after that, it's of the telephone pole at Main Street where it's being pulled down from the weight of the power line with all the debris growing on it, okay? All right, so I know a couple of weeks ago my power went out because a tree limb went down in my neighborhood and it turned my power off and it was more than a street away. Okay, on the third page, this is over across from Jamestown Elementary School. A big limb fell down from the tree. It's hanging on the power line, and nothing's been said to anybody about this. But if you take a look at the list that I've provided you of the addresses and what the issues are, I think that it's time that y'all get involved because this is ruining my little neighborhood right across the street in Forestdale. I do have an extra copy, and I understand that you're doing the ordinance stuff now. But anyway, what's going on, guys? I'll be the ordinance person. Hire me. You know, I'll go around and do what needs to be done because nobody else is. And I'm the one riding around and spending my time, you know, stopping and writing down addresses and what the issues are. I know Matt Johnson years ago, you used to ride around and stay on it pretty tight. And when anybody put a yard sign up, he would go and take them down.
We don't have anybody to do that anymore. And I'll do it, but I'm not gonna do it for free, because I've been doing it for free. Okay, thank you.
Nobody else signed up.
Okay. I would just like, I want to tell Ms. Harvey, you're right. I have photos that I could add to this same stack right here. And what is the procedure when we have things to report? How do people do this, Jose?
We do have a code enforcement officer that comes to town 2 days a week, and either people complain, or when he notices things on town that don't meet standards, he writes a letter and he talks to them. Casey has done a really, really good job. He's very empathetic. He uses the approach of like knocking on the door versus doing a letter, so I really, really appreciate it. He's helped people in need in the past, as you guys honored him before. But I just want to address the question. We do have a code
Yeah.
enforcement, and we still retain him.
But there's also something online, right, that you can report things that you see somewhere.
Correct. It's accessible at Town of Jamestown website and also at ACE Code Enforcement website. You can do it either way or call us. Yeah.
At ACE Code Enforcement website. Okay. I was-
Why isn't any of this stuff addressed? It's been like this for years. I know I'm not supposed to talk.
Can we,
Y'all don't ever get back with me about anything, any of my concerns. This is the only platform I have that I can come to.
okay, we appreciate it.
This, I mean, somebody needs to get on it. Do I just need to come every month?
We're,
Say the same thing?
Ms. Harvey, we would be glad to meet with you at the town hall. I'll be glad to send you an email and get some dates and times from you. And
We have an ordinance guy. What is he doing?
I think that's what we can talk about at that time, because I think apparently there is a process, and we'll make sure that all these things are addressed and given to him as well.
yeah, thanks. Okay. Proclamation time.
we have
Parks and Rec.
Parks and Recs.
Yeah.
Parks and Recs, employee, please. Yeah, we'll face this way. All right, this is a proclamation to our Parks and Recs and for Parks and Recs Recreation Month. Whereas parks and recreation are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the town of Jamestown, and whereas the services provided by the Parks and Recreation Department are essential to the well-being of our community, providing safe spaces for play, health, and wellness programs, cultural activities, and opportunities for social connection. And whereas Parks and Recreation strengthens our community through the power of connection by bringing people together, fostering meaningful relationships, celebrating diverse cultures, and creating welcoming places where neighbors can gather and thrive. And whereas the town of Jamestown is committed to preserving and enhancing parks and natural spaces that showcase the power of nature by providing opportunities for outdoor recreation, environmental stewardship, and access to physical and mental health benefits of the outdoors. And whereas the town of Jamestown strives to foster the power of belonging by creating inclusive parks, facilities, and programs where every resident feels welcomed, valued, and empowered to participate. And whereas Parks and Recreation Month recognizes the power of well-being by highlighting how parks and recreation improve physical health, mental wellness, resilience, and overall quality of life for individuals, families, and the entire community. And whereas Parks and Recreation Month provides an opportunity to celebrate our parks, recognize the dedication of parks and recreation professionals and volunteers, and encourage all residents for individuals, families, and the entire community. And whereas Parks and Recreation Month provides an opportunity to celebrate our parks, recognize the dedication and recreation professionals. We did that. Now, therefore, let's get to the end. May it be proclaimed that I, Council Member Pam Burgess, on behalf of the Town of Jamestown Council, do hereby proclaim July 2026 Parks and Recreation Month in the Town of Jamestown and encourage all residents to recognize the importance of our parks and recreation system and to participate in the programs, activities, and special events offered throughout the month. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Okay, I'm looking at you, Mr. Richard Clapp, yes. I didn't know your first name's Charles, I only know Richard. Okay, my friend Richard here. Whereas, can I call you Richard? I don't know if it- Whereas Richard Charles Clapp Jr. has served on the Town of Jamestown's Parks and Recreation Committee since August 2018, and his work on the Park Master Plan has provided the town with opportunities to receive grant money to make the recreation areas in Jamestown more enjoyable for everyone in the community. And whereas he supported town staff in the submission of the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund and Accessibility for Parks grants, both of which were awarded to the town. And whereas the citizens of Jamestown have benefited from his dedication to improving and creating areas in which they can participate in recreational activities with their family and friends. And whereas his service has been given willingly and he has contributed immeasurably to the success of community endeavors and to the betterment of the quality of life for many of his fellow citizens. And whereas he has garnered the respect of civic leaders and the heartfelt appreciation of countless members of the community. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Dickinson, on behalf of the entire Town Council, do hereby express our deep appreciation to Charles Clapp, Jr. for his distinguished years of service and extend our best wishes in the next chapter of his life. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution shall be spread upon the pages of the official minute book of the Town of Jamestown to stand as a tribute to the work and service of Charles Clapp, Jr. Thank you very much. And with Charles's departure, a new position opens up on the committee. So on our website, we have a spot where you can fill out applications for service on both Parks and Rec and the Planning Board. So if you have any questions, I'll direct you to Katie for that.
I'd like to ask Madison Kilgore if you would come forward. If she's here this evening, I don't know that I saw her.
Come on, Jen.
Okay, and my colleagues come forward anyway. So this resolution tonight is to recognize the accomplishments of our General Assembly. You heard from Dr. Harrison and Sam Page just a minute ago about their interest in running for state representation for our community. On July the 7th of this past year, our governor signed into law our first state budget bill in a while. So in that budget bill, there was contained $350,000 of direct appropriated grants for the town of Jamestown for our fire station. So, yeah, something to cheer about. So for those of you who don't know, our fire station has some significant needs. We have some very good partners in the Pine Cross Edgefield Fire Department who runs out of that location, as well as our Guilford County EMS. So we're actively working to see what it's going to take to renovate the facility to make it even more special and effective for the community going forward. But let me read this resolution right quick, and we will make sure that we get copies of this to the gentlemen that are mentioned in the resolution. So this is a resolution expressing the gratitude and appreciation of the Town Council of the Town of Jamestown, Governor Josh Stein, Senator Phil Berger, and Representative Alan Branson for their support of funding for the Town of Jamestown Fire Station project. Whereas the Town of Jamestown is committed to providing high-quality public safety services to its residents through modern, safe, and effective emergency response facilities. Whereas the Town of Jamestown has identified the fire station project as a critical investment in the community's public safety infrastructure, ensuring that the Pinecross Sedgeville Fire Department and Guilford County Emergency Medical Services are well-equipped to serve current and future generations in the town. And whereas the 2026 North Carolina state budget included a grant in the amount of $350,000 for the Town of Jamestown Fire Station project, whereas this significant state investment will assist the town in advancing this important public safety project and demonstrates a strong commitment to the safety and well-being of the citizens of Jamestown, which it does. Whereas Governor Josh Stein, Senator Phil Berger, our current Senate representative for Jamestown, Representative Alan Branson, our current House representative for Jamestown, provided valuable support for the inclusion of the funding in the 2026 North Carolina State Budget Bill. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Town Council of the Town of Jamestown, North Carolina, that the Mayor and Town Council hereby expresses their sincere appreciation and gratitude to Governor Josh Stein, Senator Phil Berger, Representative Alan Branson for their leadership, advocacy, and support in securing the $350,000 grant for the Town of Jamestown Fire Station project. Be it further resolved that the Town Council recognizes this partnership with the state of North Carolina as an important investment in the safety of the community and extends its thanks for the continued commitment to the citizens of Jamestown. And we're forecasting that Dr. Hairston and Sam Page will also help us out in the event that they are elected. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution will be presented to Governor Josh Stein, Senator Phil Berger, and Representative Alan Branson as a token of the town's appreciation. Adopted this the 21st day of July 2026 by the Town Council of the Town of Jamestown, North Carolina, signed by Mayor Susan Dickinson. So thank you, an important acknowledgement. Thank you.
Okay, move on to monthly reports. Starting with Matthew, our town manager, Matthew Johnson.
Good evening, council. As Councilmember Glanville alluded to, despite the heat, it was warm. The America's 250th celebration on July the 3rd was a hit. And I want to thank Councilmember Burgess for her leadership in helping to organize that event, as well as the staff and the council members who braved the heat to greet our guests in the community. Special thanks to Backyard Flame Food Truck, Snappy Look Photo Booth, Brown Truck Brewery, Weather Vane Winery, and Cakes by Bee for helping to make that event a success. I know a lot of people did come out and visit us. Some of them had to go home because it was very warm. But it was a very, very nice day. Music in the Park concert series continues on Tuesday, August the 4th. That's the only Tuesday event that we have, and that's for National Night Out. It kicks off at 6 p.m. with the Olsons. So we look forward to seeing everybody out there. Hopefully it'll be cooler. Recently, there was a fire at Jamestown Park, which damaged our new playground there, and I'm happy to report the damages have been covered by insurance. We've received notice to proceed in getting those repairs made, so we are working on getting those repairs made. With the new budget year comes the responsibility for our finance staff to prepare for our annual audit. This process includes compiling financial records, reconciling accounts, coordinating with external auditors to ensure smooth and timely review of our financials. Staff will be working over the coming months to gather documentation and respond to auditor requests. The goal of receiving what's called an unmodified or a clean opinion on the town's financial statements, which we've always had. And speaking of audits, as the council is aware, the town's been engaged in an audit from the Office of the State Auditor. I do want to recognize our finance staff who've compiled a substantial volume of requested information in a very, very short time frame. The audit request covers a wide range of records, but just a few of them are complete vehicle inventories, a vehicle assignment list, maintenance records, usage log, and usage policies, vehicle purchase records, vendor payment history for our IT providers, full documentation for any project exceeding $9,999. General ledger details, trial balances, bank statements, and reconciliations dating back to fiscal year 21, as well as utility billing, cash handling, water bill write-off policies, along with the town's contract with the Sheriff's Office since fiscal year 21, just to name a few of those things. They have worked very hard to get that done. Well, it didn't print everything. That's always fun. No, here we go. The request was coming in to us from the state auditor just as we were finalizing the budget. And as you know, that was a very, very hard year to finalize the budget. So the finance team put in extra hours to meet that deadline, and we continue to work cooperatively and promptly with the state auditor's office throughout that process. So thank you to Faith, who couldn't be here this evening, and her team for their work. They certainly have gone above and beyond. As we discussed a little bit earlier, I think Mr. Westmoreland said that we're talking about the fire station replacement and deliver some good news with the state budget. Chief Carson asked me to give an update to the council about the fire station. The architects have completed their site review, and their recommendation is that the most expeditious and most cost-effective path forward is to demolish the current station and rebuild on the existing site. The existing station, as Mr. Westmoreland says, no longer meets the department's operational needs, and there could be some exposure for personnel to contaminants just due to the way the design is. The new facility will incorporate updated technology to reduce firefighter and EMS exposure risks, and Pinecroft Sedgefield Fire Department and the town are currently working with the architects to refine the needs and design directions. Main Street Waterline project remains under review with DOT, and as I prepared this to come and talk to you this evening, we got some information back from them just a little bit after 5 o'clock tonight. They had finished their review of the traffic control protocols, and I was going to say once that's received, we'll schedule a meeting with the business and property owners along the affected route to share information and answer questions. They had some minor comments that they wanted us to address, so Paul is working on getting those back to them. He'll get them in this week. So hopefully we'll get the notice to proceed on that project very soon. There was a request, and I put a memo at everybody's table at your places there, regarding the cost recovery for inspections and plan review for D.R. Horton's projects. Under inspection fees, Phase 1 recovered approximately 77% of actual cost, including a $52,728 overtime reimbursement from D.R. Horton, which was paid separately. That's part of the development agreement requirement. The shortfall prompted a 32% increase to our inspection fees last year per our rate under the development agreement. Plan review fees across all the phases that have come in so far, that's 1, 2A, 3, and 6. Review fees have recovered approximately 110% of the cost, and that's cost to our contracted partners, not including town staff time. System development fees for water and sewer, which are capacity charges and not cost recovery fees, they're calculated separately from the recovery percentages above, but to date, that's 7/1 of 24 through 7/1 of 26. The town has received just over $1 million, $1,007,300. North Carolina system development fees are one-time charges that utilities may assess on water and sewer customers to recover the proportionate cost of the capacity that those customers require in both existing and planned system infrastructure as authorized and capped under General Statute 168-200. Development clearance certificates, that's kind of like our zoning clearance, and sign permit fee revenue on Kinsley, that's the name of the subdivision, totals $12,200 to date, which is $7,600 from the subdivision, just over 100 DCCs that have been issued, one sign permit, and $4,600 from the Ascend Kinsley Apartments, which is 60 development clearance certificates and one sign permit. So in summary, we generally are recovering a substantial share of the direct review and inspection cost, with plan review fees slightly above cost and inspection fees recovering most, but not all of the associated costs. I want to say for the council and the public, under North Carolina law, development review, permit, and inspection fees are meant to be cost recovery mechanisms and not revenue generators. This is not something for us to make money on. Be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Just two things from me. First of all, thank you for the update on the Kinsley development. I was the one that asked the question about the recovery fees, and it goes back to the consent agenda. We approved an item tonight which effectively we retained an engineering firm to help us with some plan review and some construction inspection activities. And I just wanted to see how our cost recovery was tracking relative to what we're paying in those fees. Number two was when the time is appropriate, and I'll look to you and Chief Carson on this, if you could schedule a time, work session, whatever you want to call it, with council and the architects that are doing the fire station replacement project, I think that would be helpful to us because it's sort of charting to be maybe the most significant capital project investment that the town has ever made or made in a long, long time, if everything holds to form. And so the more information we have, again, the more information our state and future state representatives have on this, the better for us all to be able to sort of continue to sort of point the arrow in the right direction. And one thing I left out, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention this tonight publicly, but I did want to also thank our lobbyist group, specifically Brian, last name?
Lewis?
Brian Lewis and Sky David for their work with our legislative delegation to help bring our funding over the finish line, and we're certainly appreciative of their efforts and thankful for their efforts as well, so thank you.
Matthew, I had a question just because we're talking about the D.R. Horton project. It's not related to the cost recovery. Have we heard any more about the mailboxes?
That has been resolved.
Oh, good. Great.
Postal Service finally saw the light.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, Matthew, I've got two questions. In regards to the YMCA, the yoga in the park, is that being tracked as to if the Jamestown residents, it's open to just Jamestown residents, correct? Or is
It's
it-
open
is
to
it
anybody who is through the YMCA.
Through the YMCA's? Okay, so do you have to sign in, do you know?
No, you don't.
I don't
You
believe
don't
so.
have to
no.
do that? Okay.
You haven't seen me out there doing yoga, have you?
Maybe I need to go check it out tomorrow, I'll make sure. No.
No, you show up and you yell at cars that try to hit you when you're crossing the road. And
One last question for you. At last month's meeting, we did talk about the Yellow House a little bit. Do you know of anything, or are we just pretty much, I know.
I
Mr.
think the town
Gibson-
attorney was fairly clear with the council at the last meeting that issue is not an issue for us. We certainly, Ms. Harvey can certainly contact Jose, myself, or our code enforcement officer. Instead of coming to the meeting, that's the most appropriate thing for us to do is just to, if she has concerns, just give it to us, and we'll send the code enforcement investigator out to investigate those. If they're found to be in violation, they will be issued a notice. If they're not found, it will be considered unfounded. That's the process in a nutshell.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I just had one quick question, I apologize, but in regards to the sidewalk project that on Oakdale, that, can we get an update on that at some point? I know we're coming to that now.
Yeah, it's going to be later in the meeting, but
Oh, you're good.
okay. Same bat channel. Just a few minutes from now.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Council, any committee reports?
there was a planning board meeting this month. I'm not going to steal Jose's thunder on that because we're hearing about it later, but it's about the text amendment, and I'll just say that it was unanimously voted to approve it, so, by the planning board. And then I'll let Jose steal the show with the rest of the information on that.
Thanks. Anything else?
So our next High Point MPO meeting is, we didn't have one this month, we'll have one August the 25th at 10 o'clock at the High Point History Museum, sort of the standard place that we have it. But at our next meeting, we'll be assigning local points to projects for what the NCDOT affectionately calls their P8 process. So that's an interesting way to describe sort of how they let local areas and division offices and state officials sort of assign points to projects to prioritize where the funding for new projects will go in the upcoming state CIP, Transportation Improvement Program. So there you have it.
Okay.
And there have not been a school meeting, although I would point out that we are planning a meeting with that Ms. Glanville has organized to try and come up with possible partnerships with one or more schools in some different areas, although we're about to have the preliminary conversation. So I appreciate her efforts in that area to help out the schools wherever we can. But again, that's information coming down the road.
All right.
Parks and Recs did not meet in July, but we do plan to meet August 3rd. So I look forward to that. I also want to thank the council for helping keep the blessing box stacked and filled for the Jamestown United Methodist Church.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's hear from the Guilford County Sheriff's Department. Deputy Drummond?
How you guys doing? Deputy Drummond. I'm one of your Jamestown cars during the day. I'm here to share the Jamestown stats for June 26. We have a total of 167 dispatch calls, 102 self-initiated calls, which is like business checks, stuff like that. Our response time for June was 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Our reaction time is 5 minutes. Number of reports for June were 11 reports taken. Our Part 1 crimes were only 2 in June. We had a total of 54 traffic stops and 11 citations.
You're busy.
A little bit.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move into the public hearing number 1 of 2 tonight, starting with, this first one is all about the FEMA floodplain maps. Jose?
I'll let it warm up a little bit, but I'll go ahead and start. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. I'll be presenting ordinance text amendment request 2026-02, which proposes updates to the town's of Jamestown's land development ordinance related to FEMA flood damage prevention requirements. The proposed amendments apply to Article 3, definitions, Article 7, permits and procedures, Article 18, flood damage prevention. These updates are part of the town's continued participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, commonly referred as to the NFIP. Just an overview of the request. It was a big planning packet, so it was 20 pages, but I'll try to get through it thoroughly and quickly. The text amendment updates the town's flood damage prevention ordinance and provisions in the land development ordinance. The amendment applies to 3 articles. Article 3, definitions, Article 7, permits and procedures, requirements, Article 18, which contains the town's flood damage prevention standards. The proposed amendments are based on FEMA's current non-coastal North Carolina model flood damage prevention ordinance for communities like Jamestown. The changes are primarily compliance related, and they're intended to make sure that the town's ordinance language is consistent with FEMA and state requirements. These amendments are being brought forward in coordination with FEMA and North Carolina Division of Emergency Management. The purpose is to update the town's floodplain regulations to reflect current FEMA model ordinance language, updated floodplain management practices, revised administrative procedures, and updated map references. The amendments also support Jamestown's continued participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. Continued NFIP participation is important because it helps maintain the availability of federally backed flood insurance for eligible property owners and supports eligibility for certain forms of federal disaster assistance. The updated flood insurance maps and flood insurance study have an effective date of June 10th, 2026, and the town's compliance deadline is August 2026. This is primarily just a compliance item. The town must adopt updated ordinance language and associated FEMA mapping references in order to remain in good standing with NFIP. Failure to adopt the required updates would affect the town's participation in NFIP and could impact the availability of federally backed flood insurance and certain forms of federal disaster assistance within the town. So while the amendment is technical in nature, it is important maintaining the town's floodplain management compliance. Again, 3 sections. Article 3 definition is being amended to add and update flood-related definitions used throughout the ordinance. Article 7, permits and procedures, is being amended because Section 7.2 addresses floodplain development and certification permit. That section needed to be updated so the town permit procedures are consistent with the revised floodplain damage prevention standards in Article 18. Third, Article 18, flood damage prevention, is amended because it contains the majority of the town's floodplain development regulations. These changes bring the town's floodplain standards into alignment with FEMA and state requirements. I'll go over the summary per article. Article 3 is being updated to include additional floodplain-related definitions. These include definitions for flood hazard zones, such as A zone, AE zone, AH zone, area of shallow flooding, and X zones. The amendment also adds or updates definitions related to NFIP administration, flood proofing, manufactured homes, recreational vehicles, repetitive loss properties, Section 1316 declarations, critical facilities, and other related terms. These definitions are important because they support the updated permitting procedures, development standards, enforcement provisions, and administrative responsibilities included in Article 7 and 18. Article 7, specifically Section 7.12, is being updated to clarify when a floodplain development permit is required. The revised language makes clear that the permit is required before development activity occurs within a special flood hazard area. The updated language also expands the types of activities covered by the permit requirements, including grading, filling, excavation, placement of structures, storage of materials and equipment, and other development activity. Article 7 also updates floodplain terminology and elevation references so that the permit section is consistent with Article 18 and FEMA model language. Article 7 also updates the information that must be submitted with a floodplain development permit application. The amendments update FEMA certificate references, including current FEMA forms for elevation certificates and flood proofing certificates. The revision also updates elevation references to NAVD 1988, which is the vertical datum used to update the floodplain standards. For flood proofing, the updated language requires supporting data, an operational plan, and an inspection and a maintenance plan. Article 7 also adds and updates provision related to flood openings, flood-resistant materials, utility protection, recreational vehicles, temporary structures, accessory structures, watercourse alteration or relocation, manufactured home foundation certification, and submittal improvements or substantial damage determinations. Article 18 is being amended to update the basis for establishing special flood hazard areas. The revised language references the updated flood insurance study and flood insurance rate maps for Guilford County. It also reflects the cooperating technical state agreement between North Carolina and FEMA. The updated maps have an effective date of June 10th, 2026, and these map references must be incorporated into the town's ordinance so that the town floodplain regulations correspond with the current and FEMA mapping data. Article 18 includes the substantive floodplain development standards, so many of the more detailed updates are located in this article. The amendments strengthen and permit submittal requirements by requiring a more complete description of the proposed development, including structures, grading, filling, paving, excavation, drilling, storage of equipment and materials, utilities, pools, bridges, drainage facilities, and other development, along with a cost estimate. The article also updates elevation, floodproofing certification requirements, including finished construction, certification requirements, updated FEMA forms, and NAVD 1988 elevation datum references. The development standards also expanded to address regulated site features such as roads, walls, tanks, watercourse crossings, accessory structures, recreational vehicles, and other development and regulated flood hazard areas. The proposed Article 18 also amends and updates standards for floodways and non-encroachment areas. These provisions address when encroachments may be allowed, when additional FEMA map revision procedures are required. These amendments include procedures related to conditional letter of map revision, also known as CLOMR, and letter of map revision, also known as LOMR. These requirements apply when proposed encroachment may affect flood elevations, floodway, or encroachment area widths, or stream locations. Also, Article 18 updates enforcement and administrative sections of Article 18. The new language includes procedures for stop work orders, notices of violation, additional enforcement actions, administrative appeals, judicial review, and Section 1316 declarations for properties that remain in violation after other enforcement options have been exhausted. The amendments also clarify responsibilities of the floodplain administrator, including permit review, coordination required with local, state, and federal permits, substantial improvement determinations, and post-event damage assessments. These updates help ensure that the town has clear procedures for administering and enforcing floodplain standards. Just key takeaways. The main takeaway is that the amendment modernizes Jamestown floodplain regulations and aligns the LDO with FEMA and state requirements. The updates cover definitions, permit procedures, development standards, certification requirements, enforcement, appeals, and administrative duties. The amendment is intended to keep the town in good standing with the NFIP and to ensure the LDO reflects updated FEMA mapping and model ordinance language. The slide shows the FEMA Floodplain Insurance Map Index for Guilford County. Jamestown jurisdiction includes several firm map panels, which are listed in the slide. The revised maps must be adopted by the governing board, which is this council. The remapping process is governed by FEMA and the state, and the proposed LDO amendments update the town's ordinance language to correspond with those revised map references. As Councilwoman Glanville stated, the Planning Board unanimously recommended the proposed LDO text amendment for approval at their July 13th regular meeting. And the decision before the Town Council is whether the proposed amendment is appropriate for compliance. Staff's position is that the proposed amendment is primarily a compliance-based update tied to FEMA model, ordinance language, and updated firm and FIS references. Staff has sent the draft text amendment to Matthew Stillwagon, who's joined us today, to ensure compliance, and he has confirmed the proposed language will be compliant under the new required FEMA and state guidelines. In summary, this amendment is just intended to keep Jamestown floodplain regulations current, consistent, and compliant with FEMA and state NFIP requirements. Staff recommends that Town Council approve the ordinance text amendment requested 2026-02 and adopt the updated firm maps, which were effective as of June 10th, 2026. Matthew Stillwagon, as I said, with the North Carolina Department of Public Safety Division of Emergency Management is here with us to provide a brief overview of the process, and I'll hand it over to him, okay?
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. Brief overview of basically the timeline of how this all went. This has been a messy process for some reasons. So we began the mapping process for Guilford County in 2017. The way that we handle this at the state, we are a cooperating technical partner with FEMA. That means basically we're better than FEMA. They trust us because they know that we are very good at what we do. And even relative to all of our neighbors in the other states, we are one or two, depending who you look at. So being that effective, being that thorough at what we do, it takes a bit of time. So these studies took between, like I said, they began in 2017, the on-the-ground studies. We concluded these studies and released our initial preliminary maps in October 2022. Those maps would have gone through a number of community meetings, and then in, I believe it was December 2024, for Guilford County, they would have entered a 90-day appeal period where the community could have submitted an appeal to the data or a request for additional data and additional study. We did not receive any appeals from Jamestown, so we proceeded forward with those updates. The maps were supposed to go effective. The initial letter of final determination date came out on March 10th, 3 months ahead. March 10th, 2026, 90 days would have led us to June 10th. Unfortunately, FEMA was shut down at that time. So the normal process basically completely halted. Normally, all of the communities affected, so Jamestown is one of 45 communities in this particular mapping group that we're working on. Normally, the communities would all receive a 90-day letter from FEMA notifying them that the maps have received their letter of final determination, all appeals have been handled, and they're ready to go public. And then in that letter, they will reference the updates to the ordinance and that process. Because those letters did not go out until sometime in mid-May, we obviously were not able to get all of our communities in line. We told FEMA there's no way this can happen. It's your fault. You need to give us some more time. So they gave us until August 21st to complete these updates, and that's what we're doing.
All right. I think one question that I have that I guess is my main question throughout this is how the maps were drawn. Who drew the maps? Who determines? I mean, do they come around and look at all of the streams or studies and?
Yeah. So for there are basically two ways that maps are created here in North Carolina: a limited detailed study or a full detailed study. Basically, anywhere where people live receive a full detailed study. So I'm just going to cover that. That is, yes, people come out, surveyors come out and measure the stream at every cross section at the maps. If you've looked at the maps, you will see along every stream, every few hundred yards, there are a cross section. At each of those cross sections, someone has come out and taken physical measurements of the stream bottom to generate the hydraulic model for that stream, to calculate the physical features, roughness coefficients, slopes, things like that. Those detailed models are then incorporated with a hydrologic model, which is a precipitation model. Basically, how does the water get to the river? That's the hydrologic model that was done before the hydraulic model. Then this full detailed model is incorporated with that. And then we generate the models, simulations, for various precipitation events and various storm events. That is where we generate the data for the special flood hazard area, the 1% annual chance inundation area, or 100-year floodplain, as it's commonly known.
That means like a storm a big storm every 100 years. How do you word that? I mean,
technically, it means there is a 1% chance during that year that you will experience that storm.
okay.
We call it a 100-year storm because 1%, 100 years. Technically, it's not. It literally means 1% chance during that year. Another way that we kind of say it is during the life of a 30-year mortgage, most people get, there's about a 24 to 25% chance that that area will experience a 100-year flood. So we use that term because it's convenient, but it doesn't. You can have 500-year floods in a single year.
Right.
It's not like that. It's just a frequency rating.
Okay, cool. So somebody did come through Jamestown then and measured it?
Yes,
and looked at
yes.
it?
So someone came through at some point between 2017 and 2022. And I know that the majority of the town did not have significant changes. It was slight shifts in between basically the 100-year and 500-year. There were a couple places that did have significant differences around, is it High Point Lake or High Rock Lake?
Right.
High Point Lake.
High Point.
I know what happened there is that we actually went from a limited detailed study, which is what we had in the previous 2007 maps, and got a detailed study there. So if you looked at the 2007 maps, the previous versions, if you looked at the lake, you would essentially just see a lake, a big body of water. What that's not showing, and what Jose showed a little bit of, is a non-encroachment area. It's equivalent to a floodway in a river, but it's because we did not do a detailed study of that area. We call it a limited detailed. Those limited detailed studies are based off of satellite images, LiDAR, as well as the hydrologic model that has been made for the entire state. So once we, and I assume it's we, it may have been we, it may have been someone else, someone did a detailed study up to the FEMA standards for their mapping requirements of High Point Lake and the streams that enter there. So that was why the special flood hazard area changed in that particular region, I think more than anywhere else.
Right.
As well as now when you look at the map, you see a floodway in that area, that kind of white hatching that you will see if you live on Frizz.
The whole lake, in fact.
Yeah. So that was effectively there before, it just wasn't mapped yet.
Okay. And one other thing I want to ask, the letter of map change, LOMC, There's one on our list that says superseded it. There's a project at Misty Waters Lane. What does that mean if it was superseded?
So that means that at some point between 2007, when the previous maps went effective, and 2000, well, yes, this year, when these maps went effective essentially, but essentially they were 2022 when the preliminary map went out. Sometime between that time, some work happened that changed the special flood hazard area and required a letter of map change. When development does occur in the special flood hazard area, primarily in the floodway, or very significant development outside of the floodway, but any development in the floodway requires a restudy of that area because the floodway is considered the most dangerous area, it is the most protected area. That is why there are extra provisions set on the floodway. So if a floodway is developed, it needs to be moved, and that section of stream or what have you has to be restudied. And a letter of map change is what results in that. That study will result in a letter of map change that gets sent to FEMA that then gets incorporated into the maps officially. Superseded by just means, sorry, back up. When we look at that, or if we look at the flood insurance study, we would see flood insurance study, we would see flood insurance rate map based on that flood insurance study, and then over here we would have to look for a file for that letter of map change to see where that change went. Superseded just means we've restudied everything, we've incorporated this new letter. That old letter doesn't mean anything, the new study is the new study, and it has everything in it.
Okey-doke. Thank you. That was very helpful. Okay, anybody else have a question for Mr. Stillwagon?
Do we have anybody signed up for the public hearing, Katie?
Yeah, I was going to move into that next. Open the floor for the public hearing if anyone has anything to say.
Are you calling people up for the public hearing?
Yeah.
Susan? Thank you. So if anyone wants to speak on this, to come forward. Okay.
All righty. Okay, then we'll open it up to the council for any discussion, further discussion.
I just wanted to say thank you to Jose and to the representative that's here tonight from the state, I guess, Emergency Services Office. We appreciate the effort and the work that goes into it. At this time, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proposed text amendments to the Land Development Ordinance, LDO, to Articles 3, 7, and 18 regarding Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA compliance as presented, and to adopt the revised flood maps, insurance rate maps.
Do we have a second? Second. Okay, and I believe this is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Glanville?
Yes?
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Burgess?
Yes.
Councilmember Westmoreland?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, I would like to, I would like to make a motion that the proposed land development ordinance text amendment to Article 3 definitions, Article 7 permits and procedures, and Article 18 flood damage prevention be approved based on the following. The proposed text amendment is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan of the town of Jamestown. Town council further finds that the proposed text amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan because the amendment supports the town's ability to protect public health, safety, and welfare by maintaining updated floodplain management standards, ensuring that development within the special flood hazard areas is reviewed under current FEMA and state NFIP requirements, and preserving the town's continued participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. And the proposed text amendment is reasonable. Town council considers the proposed amendment to be reasonable because the report of the town staff finding the proposed text amendment to be reasonable is adopted by reference. Town council further finds that the proposed text amendment is reasonable because the amendments are primarily compliance-based and are intended to update the town's floodplain regulations to align with FEMA model ordinance language, revised flood insurance study and flood insurance rate map information for Guilford County, updated FEMA forms, NAVD 1988 elevation datum references, and current floodplain permitting certification, administrative, and enforcement procedures. And the proposed text amendment is in the public interest. Town council considers the proposed text amendment to be in the public interest because the report of the town staff finding the proposed text amendment to be in the public interest is adopted by reference. Town council further finds that the proposed text amendment is in the public interest because adoption will help ensure that the town's flood damage prevention provisions remain consistent with the federal and state floodplain management requirements, supported continued eligibility for participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, and help maintain access to federally backed flood insurance for property owners in Jamestown.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Roll call, do we need
I also want to say thank you, Jose. I watched the planning board. I watched you present, and the planning board actually had some wonderful questions, so I was able to go off of kind of what they, so
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and we will report compliance to FEMA
Great.
Thanks again.
tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Stillwagon, again, and also you guys were great at answering questions on email and when I saw you at the first public hearing a couple years ago. So glad you came. Thank you.
Susan, before we move forward, I had a question for Katie. I don't know if this is allowed, but I see Cliff has been here for quite a while, and I anticipate the next public hearing is going to take a while. Is it okay if we make a motion to move his request for a Christmas parade permit up? Because I assume that's going to take 3 minutes at the most.
You can make a motion, then it's just a second.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we move the consideration of approval of a special event permit request for the Jamestown Christmas Parade up to, under old business, even though it's new business, but between the public hearing for the consideration of the text amendment and the public hearing for the consideration of the rezoning.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Come on, Cliff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Mayor and council, thank you for having me. My name is Cliff Paddock. I'm here representing the Jamestown Rotary Club, requesting a special events permit to have the Jamestown Christmas Parade on Sunday, December 6th. And as we have in the past, we're also asking for the town's support in the form of reimbursement for traffic control by the Sheriff's Department, public toilets, or temporary toilets, postage by the town clerk's office, and last but not least, and perhaps most important, the support of the town public works staff on the parade weekend to help us keep everything together. It's the same application we submit just about every year, but I'm here to answer any questions.
All righty. Yep, we have our paperwork here. Does anyone have any questions?
No, we just appreciate all the time and effort that goes into that. And I mean, it's the middle of the summer, and people think about those at the last minute, and here's all the work that you've already started to do. So we certainly appreciate that, Cliff. You and the Rotary.
It's a good time to think about Christmas, right?
It's Christmas in July.
That's right.
Think about the Christmas weather right about now.
Okay.
I will make a motion to approve the special event permit request for the Jamestown Christmas Parade as presented.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move into the second public hearing, and Jose will get us started on this, too.
Good evening again. The next item is the rezoning case 2026-01. Tonight, I will provide an overview of the request, summarize the planning board's recommendation, and conclude with a decision before the council. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 2.18 acres located at 4909 Guilford College Road, parcel number 156695. The request is to rezone property from agricultural, AG, to conditional zoning, single-family residential, CC, SFR. The proposed land use is a religious assembly and accessory uses. This slide provides an aerial overview of the subject property. The property is located adjacent to the existing Harvest Church campus, which is requesting the rezoning, along Guilford College Road, and it's surrounding primarily by single-family residential development, with the church property immediately to the south. The subject property currently contains the existing Wiley House, a single-family structure, and accessory buildings. These photographs show the property from both the north-south driveway along Guilford College Road and provide context to the property's existing residential character. Just want to go through a couple of land use facts. These property is currently developed with a single-family residence known as the Wiley House, It is surrounded by single-family residential zoning to the north, east, and west, and with civic zoning to the south where Harvest Church is located. The property fronts Guilford College Road, a public street maintained by NCDOT. And finally, council should note that the Wiley House remains designated as a local landmark. If approved, any request for historic redesignation would require a separate town council action and is not part of this actual rezoning request. Again, the requested rezoning is a conditional zoning single-family residential. The purpose of single-family residential district is to provide existing and new residential neighborhoods while allowing limited civic uses that serve those neighborhoods. The applicant has proposed several conditions that would apply if the rezoning is approved. These include limiting the permitted uses to churches, church-related accessory uses, and single-family residential uses, requiring separate council approval for any historic redesignation requests, installing a 6-foot privacy fence adjacent to the subdivision to the east, requiring compliance with the town's stormwater regulations for any additional built-upon area, and requiring compliance with additional development standards applicable to churches within the single-family residential district under the Land Development Ordinance. The applicant has submitted a concept plan and the proposed relationship between the existing residence, church campus, and surrounding neighborhood. As with all conditional zoning requests, the development would be limited to the approved concept plan and associated conditions. However, I do want to emphasize that any proposed structures and/or built-upon area must go through the administrative town plan review process to ensure compliance with our local development standards. As far as future land use, the envisioned Jamestown Comprehensive Plan identifies this property as suburban residential. The comprehensive plan states that this land use classification is intended primarily for residential neighborhoods, while also accommodating lower intensity civic uses, such as churches. Based on staff review, the proposed zoning district and concept plan are consistent with the comprehensive plan. As far as guiding principles, staff evaluated the request against the comprehensive plan guiding principles. Guiding principle number 1 encourages high-quality growth that is compatible with the town's traditional development pattern and emphasizes that infill development should be compatible with its surrounding with both land use and aesthetic perspective. The Planning Board held a public hearing on June 8th, 2026. Following public comment, the board discussion, the board voted unanimously to recommend denial of the rezoning request. While the board acknowledged that the proposal is considered consistent with the comprehensive plan, members expressed concerns regarding reasonableness and of the request and whether it was in the public interest. Specifically, the board cited concerns with existing drainage issues, uncertainty regarding future scope and intensity of the church-related activities on the property, and potential impacts on adjacent residential properties. The decision before the council should consider whether this request, conditional zoning single-family residential district, is appropriate for this property, and whether the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and whether it is reasonable in the public interest. Staff and the technical review committee have reviewed the application, proposed conditions, and concept plan and find the request to be consistent with the envisioned Jamestown comprehensive plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'll be turning it over to the applicant to present unless the board has immediate questions for staff. All right, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Pastor Joe Coyne. I pastor Harvest Church. Been there for going on 21 years. It's hard to believe. But tonight, I just want to respectfully request the approval of this rezoning. The request is consistent with the envisioned Jamestown Comprehensive Plan. It supports the reasonable growth of the church that we've faithfully served over the past 20-plus years. Also to allow future church-related uses that are compatible with the respectful surrounding residential neighborhood, and also address concerns raised by neighboring property owners through specific commitments related to drainage, lighting, landscaping, buffering, privacy fence, and site securing and security. And I want to provide clear assurance that the subject property, it's just a little bit of a misunderstanding there, will never be used for a rehabilitation facility. So the information presented this evening explains the basis of the rezoning request. We present this request in a spirit of cooperation. We certainly want to work with our neighbors and be a better neighbor, actually. And to begin with, we're going to hear from our current property owner, Glenn Livens, followed by Keith French. He's going to talk a little bit about, from our executive team. Then we have our civil engineer here, Jeremy McCall, and then I'll come up and summarize.
Thank you.
My name is Glenn Livens. Nice to be with you, council members, mayor, and neighbors. Something that I realized that from the last meeting, I had made a mistake. I'm the one that approached the church. No one has ever come to my home from the church asking me to sell the house. I bought this home in 2017, and it was in disarray. The house needed a lot of love. I call it the Wiley home, and we fell in love with it. But it was a home that needed a lot. Talked about the historic designation of the home. 3 years ago, we met with Greensboro Historic, I don't know the designation, how you say it, right? They voted to de-designate the home, that it was not in tradition of the historic home. In fact, they took the plaque away. So you guys should know that. We've had the home since 2017. We've worked on the home. I talked my wife into it. We lived in Jamestown, in Jamesford Meadows, a nice home, and took her to the Wiley home, and we fell in love with the land. We've worked on it. We got it to a state where you can actually see the home, and we're very proud of what we have. The house is more than we can handle. It's a job right now. So we were going to sell the home, and the very first thing that came to mind is the church has been phenomenal neighbors to us. We've been there almost 9 years. Excellent. We've had absolutely no problem. All of our neighbors have been wonderful. We've had no issue whatsoever. I've seen such positive things over at Harvest Church. In fact, I'm not a member of Harvest Church. We go to Green Street Baptist. So there's nothing that I can say. It seemed like the only way that maybe that historic home could go on, because the way they take care of their property, the way they've conducted themselves, I thought this would be the way that this house could go on. My opinion was that somebody else, I get offers on this house weekly on this home. The home is still designated a farm. People know that, and they have other ideas for the home. Right now, I'm at that stage where somebody else has to carry this house on, and it's not a lot of people would go ahead and take this house on. I think I've got it to quite far, but it's about as far as I can go. So wanted to let you guys know it was my idea. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for hearing my comments. So the first thing I want to discuss is the AG designation currently on the parcel, and then the proposal that we have to change it. By the way, my name is Keith French, and I reside at 120 Red Plum Lane, Jamestown. Been a member of the church for a while. Pastor asked me to speak. Right now, if you look at agricultural use as defined in the land development ordinance, there are many things that can be done on this property that I'm not sure that the neighbors are quite aware of. Under that zoning, agricultural use, you could have cattle, you could have poultry, you could have chickens, roosters, you could grow crops on the property, which would mean farming equipment, fertilizer, possibly pesticides. So there's a lot of nuisances that could occur on this property if a purchaser should decide to use it for the agricultural designation that currently stands. Compare that to what we propose in the application, which is single-family use on the single-family residence, on the currently residents, parking facilities, and basically to continue to use the property in the same manner as the way the adjacent property that we currently own is being used, which is a church and accessory uses. So the other thing I want to comment on is the Jamestown Comprehensive Plan. So it designates this parcel, as Jose mentioned, as suburban residential. So from my point of view, suburban residential is more consistent with the application as opposed to agriculture. In fact, the definition of suburban residential contained in the comprehensive plan specifically mentions churches. There's no mention of agriculture at all in that. And I'm fairly confident that most people would agree with me that the use that we propose in the application is substantially more consistent with the plan than its current designation. So anyway, I recommend, because of that the application be approved. I just wanted to address briefly the issues that were raised by our neighbors. And I reviewed the comments that they made, and it seemed to me that in the comments, there seemed to be a mixture of their comments with respect to the rezoning application and their current grievances against the church. It seemed to be all mixed together, and that's fine. But I just want to summarize, just give a brief summary of the main points. There was a complaint of that the rezoning of the property, as stated in the application, would cause contamination of wells and aquifers from water runoff and from use of heavy equipment to construct the proposed church parking lot. There was a complaint that the parking lot on the property proposed would cause noise pollution and light pollution from the lights. There was a complaint about water drainage, possible water drainage from putting parking lot on the property, and then also concerns regarding privacy, security, and personal safety. So with respect to contamination, the comment I have there is that if the property is used for agricultural use, which is feasible, future purchaser could do so, the water contamination from that would be substantially more dangerous. In fact, I don't think doing it as a parking lot would pose any danger to the aquifer. But also the operation of farming equipment could result in damage of the aquifer. The things that the neighbors complain about this approval causing would actually be, there would be a greater risk by not granting the application. With respect to noise pollution and light pollution, as part of our plan, we're going to have a privacy fence. We're going to install a landscape barrier, and there will be light shades on the lights to prevent those types of things. With respect to privacy and security, personal safety, if indeed the application is approved and the property is developed by the church as it's proposed, we will extend the security that we have in place at the church to the property. We currently have sheriffs that come during our services, and we have a security team that goes around the property during those events, so that would be extended. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I think the biggest issue that the neighbors have, I don't want to speak for them, but I think the biggest issue is the water drainage coming off of the existing church property. It is their opinion that it is causing issues to their property, and I think they expressed that in some of their comments. The first that our pastor heard of that was when the application, they submitted their opposition to the application we filed. That was the first that he knew about their issues, the water issues and the other issues. As soon as he heard about it, he took measures to address those, including hiring a civil engineer who who studied the issue, prepared a report. I think the report is in the file, I'm not sure, but I believe it is. Anyway, the pastor also met with the neighbors multiple times and then hosted an event at the church. The neighbors really didn't seem to interested in anything that we had to say in terms of proposals to solve the issues that they raised. The comment that we received was basically they don't want the church to buy the property and they don't want the application to be approved. So we want to work with them. We want to address the issues in a reasonable way. And in that regard, I would like the pastor to discuss that more. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Keith. Just a couple comments. I'm going to ask Jeremy to come up. But we've tried to work in the spirit of cooperation. First concerns a little bit more detail concerning regarding the wells and aquifers, stormwater runoff, any future parking lot development. I want to make sure that our neighbors do know that it was told to me that they spoke to my father, and I don't deny that. My dad would go and walk the property and walk around the neighborhood, so I'm not saying that at all. None of the community actually came to me, so I didn't know that there was that significant of an issue. Didn't come talk to me directly. And then 13 years after the fact, as we were looking to rezone this property, they brought this to our attention. And that's why I want our civil engineer, Jeremy McCall, if you'll come talk a little bit about that.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor. Jeremy McCall, McCall Engineering Group, 20 years in the stormwater industry here, former City of Greensboro stormwater engineer and floodplain administrator. Pastor Joe asked me to come out and just evaluate the site to see if the site was in compliance with the previously designed plans, if it was meeting current watershed requirements from the previous plans, and to see if there was any drainage issues caused by the church. The first visit I made, I walked the site, made sure that all impervious area that was constructed was draining to the pond as required by the approved design plans. It was found that all the impervious area was draining to the pond as required. And then I went back and studied, I got my hands on the previous consultants' design plans, and prior to 2004, the church site was a pasture with about 2.81 acres draining to the backside of 4909 Casey Court. In the development of the property in 2004 with the church, that drainage area was reduced from 2.81 acres to about 0.69 acres. So the amount of area that drains to that property was reduced in the design, in the development of the property previously. And the design plans were designed to reduce the flow leaving the site to pre-development conditions as required by Guilford County watershed requirements. Then at their community meeting, we met with the neighbors, and I walked around some of their properties and listened to some of their complaints. Some of them were just typical drainage, typical ditches being full during floods, which is expected. Some concentrated flow coming from neighboring properties, some wet areas in their backyards. Some of that comes from, there's some swells built around the backs of the properties concentrating flow onto the neighbor, or grades where the swells are constructed, some low areas settling and creating some wet areas where water just was settling instead of continuing to drain away. In my professional opinion, with the previous development, the area draining to those properties was reduced in the development of the property as required by the Guilford County watershed requirements.
I have a question. When the property was developed previously and the drainage, was developed, does that undergo like an inspection process?
Yes.
I assume by the county?
Yes,
To ensure that.
you have to submit it
Okay.
for a watershed permit.
Okay.
And the watershed the watershed requirements require the post-development flow to be equal to or less than the pre-development flow.
Okay.
So at each point where water leaves the site, it is required that the post-development flow be less than the pre-development flow.
And if there was a problem with that, it wouldn't pass inspection, or how does that go?
Correct.
Okay.
There's a existing stormwater device there, stormwater control device there, and that is it's supposed to be inspected either annually or biannually by Guilford County, and I'm pretty sure they're up to date with their inspections.
Okay.
So that is a biannual inspection required by the state.
Is that the retention pond?
Yes.
Is that what reduced the flow?
Yes.
Their site? Yeah, I was wondering who maintains that?
The property owner is required to maintain that. There isn't, but the county is required to do an inspection and provide them with a report of condition of the device and if any repairs are needed. I don't have my hands on that documentation, but I'm pretty sure you could find that from Guilford County.
And you said that it was reduced, I'm not sure what the initial number was, but down to 0.6 into the neighborhood. Was that on the initial build of the site, or was that in a second, did they build another parking lot?
Well, in 2004, the site was developed into a church, and then in 2014, the additional parking was constructed, and it's also directed to the pond. The only area that drains to the neighbors is the grass area between the parking area and the property line. All impervious area drains to the pond, as designed on the approved construction plans.
It looks like there's a really old house there that the roof is falling in or something.
There's a barn. There's
A barn?
And it's kind of if you look in the picture, on the left, at a pointer. The red button. So in this corner, there's a barn.
Yeah.
There's a barn here. This area is just grass and woods. It is about a 6-foot drop from the elevation of the parking lot to the property line, but all of the pavement drains to the pond this direction. And then the pond discharges into an inlet that connects to pipes that go under the road. So previously, from about this part of the church, this whole area used to drain to here, and after construction, all of it drains to the pond and then the pipes in a way.
It is a strange drop, though. Do you know why that is? Almost like a plateau there.
I mean,
I
it's,
rode over there and looked at your name.
yeah, it's just where we filled the parking lot because they were required to drain the water to the pond, they had to elevate the parking lot.
Oh, okay, I see.
If they'd left the parking lot down at existing grade, that water would have drained into the neighborhood instead of to the pond. So that slope, the slope between the parking lot and the property line is required for the fill of the parking to get it to come to the pond, as required by Guilford County watershed ordinance.
So I have another question, because obviously we can't go back in time and consider drainage problems that might come from what's already been developed as part of this redevelopment. That's not in our purview for this rezoning here. Did you assess whether the project that's being planned, essentially the new parking lot, if and how that will affect the drainage?
Yeah, I mean, there's a large portion of that drains to those properties. And again, when that parking lot is designed and permitted by Jamestown and Guilford County, it will have to meet those same requirements, that the flow leaving the site after development will have to be equal to or less than the flow as it exists now.
Okay.
So there cannot be an addition or an increase in water flow from that site across the property. But that is a watershed requirement
Okay,
for permitting of that development.
okay, thank you.
And this may not be a question for you, but is the red line the property line? Or is that just
I can't see it that well from here.
next to the parking lot? Is that
Yeah.
the park?
Yeah,
okay.
that's,
So that's, the parking lot abuts to the corner of that property?
That is correct. That is the property line and also the proposed fence location as well.
The fence location as well, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
thank you.
Just a few more comments, and I'll sit down. But, so everything we've done with our purchase of the property and development is certainly, you could see in the records, always been permitted, gone through all the ordinances and all the different things that we had to do and approve so we could occupy. A couple other concerns were the issues such as traffic, noise, and lighting. I think Keith talked about how we're just trying to do whatever we can to alleviate some of these things. The church understands that traffic, vehicle, headlights, outdoor lighting, they're important. They're important concerns. But regular church activities, I just want to make sure you all know, that occur primarily on Sundays and Wednesdays. Those are our largest events. There are smaller gatherings weekly for small groups, for young adults, for youth, but it doesn't have high volume activity back on the backside of the property. There are occasional special events throughout the year that we do have. At our community meeting, I asked, and I still am asking, if we could have a representative from the neighbor that we could be in contact with so that when we have special events, which are very few throughout the year on the campus, we'd be able to communicate with them that, hey, there's rarely any event that goes past 9 o'clock at night. But we wanted to let them know that in the event we do have a large event planned, we'd love to, first of all, invite them. And second of all, we wanted to make sure that they knew what was going on, because we do Vacation Bible School and different things like this and community outreaches. As far as security, I think that was based upon thinking that we were going to have a residential rehabilitation facility there, using that house for that. That's never been the intent of the church at all. So, I mean, that's just something we hadn't ever planned, really. We do have a support group or two, and that's conducted in the main building, but it's just a small group for people that have overcome, and now they're just doing life together. So basically, as far as the security also concerns, we have police officers at every major event. We have trained security team. We have security cameras all over the campus, and we'll extend that to this property as well. It had been mentioned that some of our members would sometimes occupy a building like the barn and do some things in that barn. But we have the video that if they come to us, we'd be happy to take a look at that. But we really don't use those facilities back there. If it's someone that's walking from the community or someone along that line, that's not something we can control. But I'm very thankful that we're an emergency response location for fire department, for the power companies, for our sheriff, for firemen. We're very thankful that we have every single day, I could almost say, I can't say that all the time, but most every single day we have a really good relationship with our sheriffs, our police, and all the different things that would, we could help them respond or be a place that they could respond for emergencies. So anyway, that's in a nutshell what we are proposing. We also certainly we've had our eye on that property for a long time. And again, Glenn approached us on it because we would really like to control what's next to us and keep it in alignment with the way that we manage and maintain our property. The property line has quite a bit of a buffer already with tree and brush. We don't, we're going to maintain as much as that as possible, plus add a polyurethane type fence would be maintenance-free, look really super back there to border our property, and then also add additional buffering with some planting of the trees and different things like that. So we plan on cleaning up, if this is approved, cleaning up the property, plan on investing in that home, plan on having that home to be available for additional offices. Our church has grown to the point where we're sort of taking walls down and taking our staff out of offices, and we have multiple staff in each of the offices working together, which is fine, but we definitely want to have that potentially to have some administrative offices in there and some small groups during the week. The two buildings that are really valuable beside the actual house is there's a mini warehouse sort of where Glenn fabricated motorcycles and different specialized motorcycles, and that would be for storage purposes for church. Every church needs tons of storage. The other two-story building there, and they're all workable. They're all, but the other building is a two-story building that we'd like to use for maintenance, just to house maintenance. And yeah, so for these reasons, we respectfully request that this be approved so that we can, and our neighbors have been here longer than we have, but we've been there for over 20 years now, and would love to be able to have this to potentially continue to grow with our community and stay for many more years.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And Pastor Coyne, you said that you would be using the house for offices and small groups.
Yes.
Small groups
We have,
during, I know what the small groups are, but I'm
yes,
talking about
such
the
as
timing.
we have small groups for single mothers. That they
Timing of the day, would that be during the day?
It would be more during the day and not to exceed like 9 at night. And if we needed to have some certain cutoffs of time frames that is bothersome, we're open to collaboration. We're open. One of the things that our neighbors said that they were going to hire their own civil engineer, and I respect that, and I encourage that.
So outside of these small groups and potential offices, do you plan to use the house for any other purpose?
Yes. My wife and I, we oversee ministries in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. And sometimes they'll bring a few of their staff that we can train them. And training would happen probably in a room. It's an open, some of it's an open floor plan. So sometimes we'll do training and development of other people's staffs, and they'll be able to take back into their community better ways to serve, best practices, learning, collaborating, and also we come across ministers throughout the year when we travel to different places that they need a break and they don't have the means to go on a vacation, and we would love to be able to periodically bring them in for like a week and just pay their expenses and have them just sort of regroup with some R&R.
Anybody else?
Do you know where the entrance to that parking lot would be? Because it's
Beg pardon?
the entrance to the parking lot. Is that the parking lot that you're referring to that's outlined in blue?
Yes, yes.
How would they access that would it be a separate entrance here, or would it come from the other parking lot?
It really depends. We would have to plan that out if this is approved. We'd certainly like to use it in our flow from our parking lot to them. It would be potentially a benefit to have another entrance there, even if we shifted it up on the other side of the houses so that we could use the parking but also have access to the other facilities. But that, I'm sort of waiting on the vote because then I would go to DOT and start working out, see what the best use of our property would be to have a good ingress and for people to be able to exit.
Thank you.
Jose, I have a question. So the parking area is part of the conditional zoning. I mean, can we ask, I mean, it'd be up to the applicant, obviously, but could we ask that, say, you know, there's some kind of guarantee in the conditional part of the zoning that, you know, that, so where the parking area is in the blue and, you know, there's the grass behind it, that essentially like that whole, that whole strip won't eventually just become parking lot?
Yes, so originally that was one of the conditions. I think the pastor's intent is to have the 6-foot fence for further privacy, but I think the pastor is, you know, welcoming other conditions or keeping existing vegetation there.
Okay.
If I could add one other thing. The barn back there is very decrepit. And I think we already have approved that we can tear it down so that we can make that area safe over there and then border it with, you know, the buffer and also the fence. Yeah. Any questions? I think it's really important to add that it seemed like the water was an issue. That's why I brought in Jeremy. But also they said that they were going to hire their own. I said, thank you for doing that. And I'd be happy regardless of what happens tonight, I'd be happy to collaborate with their civil engineer, our civil engineer, see if we can work out some sort of solution that's reasonable, that we can be a part of the solution, not a continued problem. Thank you.
I have just one more. I'm just curious.
Yes, ma'am.
Just curious. I saw that you also own like 9 acres on the other side of the church.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you not, no interest in putting the parking lot over there?
The overpass, the bypasses, this ground was hugely excavated for all that project. Just to build infrastructure to be able to expand on that 10 acres would be multiple $1 million. And that's something we're not in a position to be able to do as a ministry. There is a patch of flat ground there that we do work with our neighbors, the gas station over there,
Right.
that they allow us to do outdoor events. We do own part of the property, part of that's theirs. Would love to have that property, except for I just don't want the contamination to become a really bad problem for the church. In the future, we look forward to having the resources to do things back that way, but right now we don't. That's why we're not considering that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think now we're ready to open the floor to anyone who would like to say anything. 3 minutes and.
Hi, I am Debbie Marlowe, and I'm a resident on Acacia Court. I've lived there for 43 years. I'm the second oldest resident there. That was all pasture. To the right of the church, the flat land he's talking about had very little of a hill that went all the way to our property. It does slope up a little bit. There was a little hill, but even the church on the right side is built up about 3 feet from the flat land. I respectfully, Mayor and council members, thank you for having us, and I respectfully ask that you consider denying the rezoning due to the commercial-style parking lot and commercial use of the residential house, which was a historical home. When I moved there, it was a historical home, and that was the appealing thing to me. Allowing these changes would change the character of our neighborhood, which is potential harm to us and our wells, our property values. I would love to have animals in that pasture versus a parking lot. We have an old water issue. We're still working on it. He is expressing some concern to help us. We do have our civil engineers going to come out tomorrow. We're hoping during a major rainstorm. The problem is, and I showed y'all the backfill where they brought in all the rock to fill that up. It starts at an 8-foot drop-off, but it does slant down going towards the pasture, 8 foot, 6 foot, down. At that place is nothing but rock and concrete. You could see where the water has washed the dirt away. The swell that he's talking about in Miss Holliday's yard was created from that dirt falling off that. She didn't create that, the dirt water did. It's also filled up our ditches and drainage areas, something that we continue to deal with. Also, when you talk about the slope of the land from the parking lot, I was convinced. We dealt with damage. Our house was flooding, our septic tank lines were flooding. We put in a French drain down our whole property line to stop the water from coming across. And over the years, everybody's done things to help prevent the water from still doing damage. However, there's that 8-foot drop-off, there's water still coming, it creates almost a stream in her backyard because it created this dirt buildup. We're hoping the civil engineers, the two of them, could help figure out a solution and see what the problems are. My fear is the new parking lot is higher than us still. So if they don't do the drainage right with it, we're still going to be dealing with water drainage on this side of the cul-de-sac. He talks about cleaning up the property, and it's a beautiful site, but there's people dumping mattresses, they're dumping trash, tires down that embankment. You can see it on our side, you can't see it from the church. The land from the parking lot slopes very drastically and then drops off. So that water all on the grassy area around the parking lot is coming down our road. The church should be responsible for the cleanup of this stuff. During the same time, during the last 2 weeks, there's been people staying in a car on the grounds of their parking lot. Been there many a times and saw the people there. And I respectfully ask y'all to consider our needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And Ms. Marlowe, I want to say I did receive your email. I didn't have a chance to respond, but I did want you to know that I received it.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us all. My name's Paula Kelly. My husband's Joe. We're at 4908 Acacia Court. We are the direct property that butts up against this property. This is going to totally affect our entire property line, approximately 220 of our backyard, 144 feet of our side yard. We already have the parking lot 30 feet to the left of our yard. We deal with that every day, even though he says there's no issues. When this happens, our well is 20 feet from this property line, our well head. It's one of the original wells to the farm. When you get excavation equipment in there, it can disturb the underground, the aquifer, the structure, the integrity of our well. It can develop sediment, chemicals, all sorts into our well water. Not only ours, it goes to the whole cul-de-sac. They keep saying it won't, but it will. We've got our well guy here if he needs to testify to that. When they built the other parking lot, we didn't realize the issue. Our underlying cracked to our house, but it was from building the parking lot. We took care of that ourselves. We didn't realize it could have come from construction equipment. Safety's a huge concern. People have been living in a car over there all last week. My husband drove around, there were 2 young men. A van parks over there randomly, and people sleep in it. So if we start getting homeless people up there during the day, do they come back in the middle of the night? When I asked him about the tires being thrown down into our yard, who's going to clean it up, he did kindly say to me, that's not my property. It came from your property. But we're very concerned about the water flow. We didn't put a swell in. That divot is in our yard too. Every time it rains, it runs. The water runs down to everybody. And he doesn't think there's an issue. When they put that new parking lot in, that's our whole yard. That existing barn is 8 foot from our fence. So it's right there. The house overlooks our backyard. He did tell us that they were possibly going to have rehab. Then he changed his mind. And to quote him, the letter he sent us, there's a whole list of things he wants to have in that house. Counseling, harvest support groups and various small groups, leadership meetings, ministry training, church offices, volunteer coordinating, internship development, podcast media in the house, temporary guest housing for visitors. These are uses only as ministry use. It doesn't matter. It's people. We don't know who's going to be over there at all. We don't know who's going to be right 20 feet from our back door in that parking lot when it's expanded. And, you know, I'm very upset about it because he thinks we're just arguing with him. We're not. That was a pasture. That church was not there when we bought our land.
Thank you.
James Williford. I'm another one of the houses right behind. My wife and I moved into the house 30 years ago. And like I said, we are one of the houses that are directly behind 4909 Guilford College. Our backyard is joining their backyard. We chose this location 30 years ago because it was a quiet and peaceful neighborhood. We also hoped that since the house was historical, we would never have to worry about this scenario occurring. We are concerned about our privacy, our safety for reasons, and overall our quality of life as well as that of our neighbors, if this is allowed to move forward. The church has made it clear they do not want a property for a residence or a parsonage. But for a variety of activities as well as additional parking. Our 6-foot fence, privacy fence that we already have, offers very limited visual privacy as we are downhill from their property. We still see the house, we still see the windows, the buildings, vehicles from our property. The fence and the few trees that we do have do nothing as a sound barrier between us, as we can easily hear when anybody is outside. Our deck is only 35 feet from the fence, so there's very little property separating the two houses, and there's very little chance of putting barriers or vegetation or sound or anything else that's going to block that. So if this is approved, we will have lost our quiet, peaceful neighborhood due to the constant increase in activities, noise, cars, various groups of people. We feel that this house and property should remain a normal residence and part of our neighborhood. For these reasons, we ask that you not approve their request for rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings. I'm just going to keep it simple. My name is Kenneth Stafford. I've been an aerospace engineer for 32 years, and I've never seen anything like this in my life. But when it comes down to it, I'm going to keep it simple to the science. If they build that parking lot, the Kelly's well is 20 feet from their property line. They're going to be running heavy equipment through that, which you could probably damage that, possibly collapse it. And if that's ground zero for everybody's aquifer, you cut the water off to the whole development. And there's no contingency here. We don't have access to city water. We don't have access to any of that, or wells and septics. So, in addition to the packet that you got with the concerns with the water runoff, these are my additional ones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniel Burns. I live at 4903 Acacia Court with my wife and son. My main concern is kind of the inconsistencies that we've been receiving. I know, for example, to talk about the rehab facility, that wasn't a misunderstanding. You can go back and read the notes of the other meetings. They mentioned it. We didn't manufacture that. And then we got continued to another meeting, and so we sort of adjusted. And each time we come back, it's a little bit of a tweak to what might sound better, is how I hear it. Or just, for example, I think it was the executive. Sorry, I've never been to a church with an executive, but the idea that we should thank them because we're not going to get a farm there. I'm originally from the Midwest. I've never been on a 2-acre farm, let alone one that would have cattle and tractors. So I think just there's a little bit of insincerity there. And so when they talk about the future use, I just have a lack of trust because the story changes. They say things like that, and then in the same breath say it's not suitable to be zoned as ag. So which is it? We should worry about a farm coming in, or it's not really ag land. So that's my first kind of a worry with that, is just that how much the story changes. And once this happens, if the zoning happens, I understand there's permits for events and things like that, but we don't have a say as neighbors in that stuff. That's all about you're going to build something. Are you doing it correctly, structurally, and all that? So I don't personally have faith that they are going to be true to their word, or that they're being sincere. They either don't have a real plan, or they're not being forthright with that plan, and that's very concerning to me. So I would request that you deny that. I would also say
these are my neighbors. There's some that are 80 and 90 that can't be here, some that are still working. We're 100% opposed to it. So y'all are in politics. You don't win by 100%. Like, even if you're running unopposed, somebody writes in Mickey Mouse, right? So 100%. He says he wants to be a good neighbor. He didn't reach out until after the first hearing. The first we heard of it was the mailing. Also, he knows that 100% of the neighborhood does not want it, and he's still pushing forward. And this is probably not the last we're going to hear about it. So I don't think that you're a good neighbor if everybody in the neighborhood doesn't want something and you're saying, well, I don't care, I want it. So those are my kind of main concerns. While I'm here, I just also wanted to thank the Parks and Rec. We use the Greenway all the time. It's beautiful and always well maintained, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Randall Yao. Been in Jamestown since '74, my family since '54. During that time, I've had 2 city sewer lines come through, not Jamestown. And recently, Parkway acquired 9 acres for Jamestown Parkway. So I know the good and bad. My field of work is in plumbing, also in basement triangle solutions with crawl space remediation, foundation repairs. So I deal with a lot of facets of erosion, intrusion. And what bothers me, I'm not against progress at all. But unfortunately, easements, right-of-ways, ponds, they don't get maintained like they should. Present company excluded, your outfalls are maintained very well. They really are. They're done well, and that's credit to you guys. But there's a lot of confusion here with me. And I'm not against progress or for or against anybody, but there's a lot of worries to me about the wells, basically, being so close. And I've known that neighborhood, skipped school in that neighborhood, in '88. I've walked through it. I know the landscape has changed. So I'm just here because the family's been there a long time, and I've been through it a lot. It's tough. We fought for years against condemnation, eminent domain, since it's heartbreaking sometimes. And unfortunately, there's no recourse for you after it's all done. You can't, consequences are yours and you have no backup. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Sarah Burns. I reside at 4903 Acacia Court with my husband and my son. I have a short statement here. I'll read from one of our neighbors who's unable to attend. Her name is Donna. She lives at the end of Acacia Court down toward Guilford College Road. Her property is the lowest in the landscape, and she already takes on a large amount of excess water. She has 2 storm drains on her property that measure 2.5 by 3 feet, and they still don't take on all the water that is shed from that property. That was not the case prior to that church being there. They have been there since before the church was built. Her concern is that any additional parking will create more impervious land, which will cause more water problems on our property and also potential contamination to our wells. I can tell you, I live about halfway down the street on the other side. We don't see the church from where we are, but we do hear them. From my backyard on Sunday all day long, we hear a lot of noise from the parking lot. We hear people talking, and of course that happens. But our concern is now with this church looking to wrap around our neighborhood, that's going to be increased significantly. They're talking about use on almost a daily, cadence. So we're going to see that increase, and they are already having a team out there directing traffic. This is not a small community church. This is a large church. That parking lot is what it used to be in the Walmart in the small town that I grew up in, right? It's busy, it's full, they have security out there while church is in session. They need security because there are security issues there. So while their congregation is there, they do have security. But then once they're gone, we're abandoned and we are left with unhomed individuals. We are left with people dumping things. We are left with these water concerns, and they go home to someplace far away, and we're left to deal with it. I very much appreciate your consideration and respectfully ask that you decline. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Andrea Fricky. I live on the other street, Tarkington Drive, 5306. We butt up right against the church. Just to let you know, I'm not below the church. I'm level with the church. Don't really have any water issues. But I hear people say, how come people didn't say anything before, all this kind of stuff. I just want to let you know, my neighbors are stoic. Whatever happens, we handle it. We take care of it. It was mentioned to someone who, I understand, your father's passed. I mean, we get it. We get it. But I mean, once it was mentioned and nothing happened, we just, let it go. The lovely house they live in with their son, that's where my mother-in-law lived. That's why I also bought in the neighborhood. And she lived there for 40-some years. And she had issues. We didn't know it. She was in her 80s and she never said anything. But that's fine. But you asked about egress from the church. Where is going to be another exit? I will say, when they built that parking lot back in 2014, they did just plow right through to my street. And we did go, my husband went to the planning board and fought that because there was no permission asked, no nothing. And we bought on a dead-end street thinking, I'll never have to worry about traffic knocking my kid down. So that's one thing. If someone's going to end up going to the DOT, that's one thing I don't want to happen. I don't want that to end up on my street and that be the other exit out of the church coming down Tarkington Drive. So I respectfully ask, say no. And I mean, there's no concrete plans for this. If we rezone, I mean, there's been so many uses mentioned. I mean, how can we stop anything that they decide to do? Give me my horses back that were there at the end of the street when we bought 30 years ago, over 30 years ago. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Got everybody? Thanks, y'all. Okay, I guess we're going to discuss among ourselves here. Open to the council to discuss.
So I'll step in to begin with here. I think, there's been a lot of information shared, and we've collected along the way in terms of, we saw the letters today from the neighbors, we reviewed the planning board videos, we've got the packet, we've got the engineer's report. As I was thinking about the rezoning and what we're asked to do relative to consistency with a comprehensive plan and then a consistency statement, I started thinking about the project specifically and things that are being requested here tonight for the rezoning. And part of what I'm quite frankly grappling with right now is, there are a lot of things that have been stated, it sounds like, about the property in terms of uses. There's some, very real concerns on behalf of the neighborhood about issues that they feel that this property may present to them if it's rezoned. Some of those items are and will be addressed whenever, additional development happens. But, absent, I guess, more firm commitments or conditions being made by the pastor in the church, some of it's unknown and it's just sort of conversation at this point in time. And, the example that I'll pull to is a lot of conversation around noise and lighting. Certainly if the property's rezoned and you bring it forward and you develop another parking lot, you'll have standards that you'll have to meet for lighting, and I know you want to do cut-off lighting, whatever. You know, that's something that's still open. The landscaping, you know, you're talking about putting in a fence, which is a condition that you currently have. The landscaping, though, Jose, I don't know what that requirement would look like actually. But, you know, I'm sort of struggling right now with the whole thing that, you know, I believe that the pastor and the church want to do the right thing and continue to be good neighbors. B, I believe that the neighbors have some legitimate concerns. And C, I was, you know, hopeful that they may have been able to be better defined in the way of conditions for the rezoning. So I don't necessarily know that I have any questions per se for either the applicant or to the neighbors who spoke this evening. I think I'm fairly clear on the issues. I just, you know, absent maybe some more definitive conditions being added to this request by the applicant, which would be the church in this case, you know, it's going to, there's some things out there that are still hanging that are concerns that I don't know necessarily that they would or wouldn't be met whenever the church decided to do some additional development. So with that, I'm sort of hanging out here for a minute and want to listen to my colleagues and see what they may have in the way of thoughts or ideas or questions as well. So thank you.
I too, I felt a little bit differently and earlier, but one of the things that, and I specifically asked what this house was going to be used for, and then I'm seeing that a letter was sent and totally lists something totally different. But I'm kind of hanging out there too, but I do understand that we are, according to our comprehensive plan, we, you know, so I'm definitely taking that into consideration. I don't know, I don't know that I can make a decision as well, you know.
Want to hear mine?
After hearing what got me is that the changes in what the house was going to be used for.
Jose, can I ask you, because, you know, I have a particular world perspective that might be a little bit different than others. And so I personally have worked in residential treatment facilities for people with substance use disorders, for children with behavioral disorders. Those people have integrity. They have a right to a place in this world. Unhoused people have a right to a place in this world. But I also understand that the general public who does not work with them every day has concerns. They you know, and I'm not dismissing those concerns whatsoever. But we have to also be very careful of getting ourselves into a place where we're using discriminatory basis for making decisions. And so when we talk about, like, well, there's concerns about what they'll use it for, people may not even realize that a group home could buy that house. A youth group home could buy that house tomorrow and put in a group home there. It has to get licensed by the state and everything, but it could go there. You can't control who your neighbors are. You just can't. And so, so I guess my question is, you know, if we're talking about, like, well, we don't want certain uses there, are we now putting ourselves, and maybe this is a question for Rob,
Yeah.
Are we now putting ourselves at risk of, like, this is a discriminatory reason that you are choosing not to rezone this property?
So on that specific type of question, the short answer is no.
Okay.
That the town needs to have certain places within its limits to allow almost every type of use you can imagine, but exactly where that is situated is exactly the kind of thing that the board needs to determine. So I agree that, you know, having group homes, treatment facilities, and all those things are necessary services that the town should make available to folks who want to develop those. But there are places that are probably better suited for those than others. Whether or not this is one of those is kind of a question. I think Jose can probably give us more information as to whether or not that particular type of use is currently permitted, versus if that's something that also require rezoning. I would also remind the board that if the board wants to make sure that that can't take place on this particular property, you just make that a condition of the rezoning, right? You say that it can only be used for X, Y, and Z. It cannot be used for A, B, and C. But there's a very long drawn-out answer to say that you are absolutely allowed to take that into consideration when making a decision about where a particular type of use exists.
Okay.
I did want to confirm, I just looked up our land development ordinance. Group care facility, day treatment center is not allowed in the agricultural district, and it's also not allowed in the single-family residential district. As far as family care homes, we do have a buffer requirement, which is half a mile, so we have to take into account other family care homes in the area, and that's a different level.
There's alternative family care homes, there's lots of different kinds of group homes.
I think, again, I think the church is certainly well-intended. I mean, they've been very successful. It's grown over a number of years and continues to grow. I think there's still a lot of concern, a lot of kind of unanswered questions about what may happen. I think it's a great thing that the church is growing. That's something that you should be commended for and have all the opportunities to provide the community. The question becomes, I have, concerns about the water. Not all those are answered. I certainly understand that. But the continued growth, if you continue to grow and we continue to grow, then where do we end? And I know nobody has an answer to that question, but it's just one of the things that I, kind of consider as well. That is a big church property in that specific area. Again, no fault of your own. You should be congratulated for that. But I do have some concerns about the questions that were raised by the community. I think you guys have done an admirable job in trying to answer things, but I think there's still some gray areas that aren't really clear about what may happen. And it is also very close to, I think, I went out there today again to look, and there's a good amount of border between the existing parking lots, not a good amount, but there's border between the parking lots that are currently there, including that new expanded part in the upper left-hand corner. But there's not a whole lot of buffer between the parking lot that's proposed. So those are just some of the things that I'm kind of grappling with right now.
Yeah, I think for me too, I live in a neighborhood that gets your kind of water runoff, and it's getting worse because of the impervious zones that are being built on all around us. But it's hard sometimes to show other people how bad it is. You have to wait for that rain or take the perfect video, and sometimes it doesn't come out in the video, but you're sitting there. I have a neighbor right now dealing with, they had to move out of their house for a year because of water problems from Bull Run. But, and that's going to happen. But and I've said this before, we've got so much going on in this town, development-wise, and around us. And I'm not so sure yet we have all the pieces in place to deal with this kind of runoff and these problems. And it's just, I know what it's like. You want to be taken very seriously about this. I think the church is beautiful. I've been by there. I think it's wonderful to have it there. And I know you've been there for a long time. And your website looks great, and everybody, in fact, I'm thinking about going there to visit, but this, I know what it's like to look out and see whitewater rapids going by my patio window or my deck. And I just don't feel like we have enough of a people infrastructure in our town to kind of deal with some of these severe problems right now. Maybe we will. I hope we will. But it's just kind of hard to plan when there's so much new building going on and we haven't seen all of that paved yet. So I don't know. This is a tough one. It is.
It is. I think I'm kind of with Jim Westmoreland. I don't think it makes sense to our comprehensive plan to keep this as agriculture. I just don't think it does. So I think a rezoning makes sense. what I'm kind of grappling with is the conditions. I think I would like to see more conditions put in that are a little more specific, and maybe that's something Jose can work with the applicant through to see, what that could look like. So, maybe be a little more appealing to the neighbors, a little more appealing to the council, just some more concrete assurances. And I totally realize you can't, until this is rezoned, you're not gonna get plans from DOT, and you just can't do that. It would be a financial burden that would be insane to then eventually have it potentially not be rezoned, and then all that money was for nothing. So I understand that, but just maybe you could help them through. I think where I'm feeling is I feel like, gosh, and I know this has been dragged on already, but I feel like I'm at a place where I'd like it continued and not make a decision tonight. It's my thinking.
Jose, did you find anything out about the jurisdiction question? Because I sent you the tax bills show that is Guilford County.
So that is within our extraterritorial jurisdiction. So I sent you the ETJ boundary limits. So I know there was some discussion about, Guilford County may have approved it in the past. Well, probably, and I don't know when the ETJ boundary was changed, but that's probably kind of adds to the confusion why it maybe was Guilford County in the past, but now it's within our jurisdiction.
So that's just right now, that is how it appears though in the Guilford County system as on the tax bill and on the property summary.
Right, yeah.
So do you think that's probably just late to catch up? It's just
When I emailed you back, I did print screen the ETJ and city boundary layer, and it did show these parcels within the ETJ.
Well, then I sent you the tax bills and the property summary that shows.
That was probably inconsistency with Guilford County, but this for sure is definitely within our jurisdiction. I do hear that there's a possibility of continuing this. I do want to give or offer the pastor an opportunity to rebut or potentially provide additional conditions to see something that could be decided here. Or if it wants to be continued, that's fine, but pastor, if you want to come back and.
And before you do that, one thing, I know for me, because I'm not an engineer, I'm not going to pretend to be an engineer. Right. I'm not going to pretend to be able to hear, people's opinions on things and say, oh, that's true, because I see it too, because I don't know. Right. I don't know how to divert water into a retention pond and such. What I do know is we cannot consider current problems as part of this rezoning. Yeah. What we can consider is, will this rezoning and the things planning go on that exacerbate current problems? Correct. So those are the things I would want to know. And one thing I don't know is I'm not an expert on wells and sediment and septic systems, and so I don't know about equipment coming in. I assume that there have been properties developed that are on septic and well, and something was developed next to them that had a lot of construction vehicles, and there was a way to mitigate the problems. That's a total assumption on mine, so I would like to hear from an expert who can speak to those kinds of things. That's fine.
I also did want to add, originally the pastor did have a buffer condition. It was a type D buffer, which is 5 foot. I just want to remind the council and the community, there is no buffer requirement between residential and a church. So even with a 5 foot buffer, he's going above and beyond with the requirement. So maybe he's willing to add that back or even add to it, specifically in the area concerned, which is the parking. So it could be a buffer increase near the parking area in addition to the fence. And I think we had that conversation. Do we do a buffer? Do we do a fence? And he decided to do a fence for additional buffer because it'll be solid. You can't see through the fence. In addition to that, I'm not sure if the applicant wants to add additional restrictions to the use. I think he kind of want to leave it open, but that's something we can definitely think about and discuss.
Let me ask one question to our attorney. Let me ask one question to our attorney. So I think I heard you say that we can effectively ask the applicant to add conditions. Yeah. What does that look like? Does that take place now? Does that take place?
So yes, the answer is that right now you can suggest or ask the applicant, call them back up, ask a question, say, if the town were to approve this with the condition that no use take place on the property after 9 o'clock, right? Are you still amenable to that? If we say that we're not gonna, the parking's not gonna have X number of spaces, you know, are you amenable to that? You know, there's really just about no limitation on what kind of conditions you can float. And he can say, we're still, that's still within our parameters, we're good to go forward with that, or if you put that condition, we're not gonna be able to go forward with the project.
Okay.
I'd be happy to see what concessions you all would recommend. I can concede right now, absolutely, will not have any type of addiction recovery occupation there. That was never our original intent, and I'm sure I didn't communicate as well as I needed to, so we certainly concede that. I would concede also to continue to work with their civil engineers, see if we can come up with a problem, or come up with a solution for the problem that is from the prior property. And if you all want to ask me some questions, I'd be happy to clarify whether that's something the church would do. I do have that authority to be able to act on behalf of the church. Is there any particular concern that can help us move this forward?
I do have one quick question, but it's actually more for the, I'm not sure who we have a representative, but it's about the other study.
Beg your pardon?
By the engineer.
Yeah.
The other study by the engineer, that's not, won't be done until tomorrow, is that correct? Or,
No, he's starting his site visit tomorrow,
okay.
and we're hoping it's gonna be in the middle of a rainstorm.
It probably will.
Likely tomorrow. Yeah.
In rain and in dry. He's doing
Okay.
it both ways. He hopes to have it completed by the end of this month. I have his letter here, if that's what you want to see.
Okay.
And he is going to reach out to Jeremy and show him his findings, and hopefully Pastor
That was his plans.
has represented that they would help clear it up or try to come up with solutions that the church could do to fix the prior drainage problems.
And if I could just clarify one other point that was raised, I think
Thank you.
Councilmember Glanville indicated like we can't take into account existing problems, and I think that's absolutely true. But because this is going to be combined as one parcel, it's perfectly reasonable for the council to say, I realize this is a currently existing problem, but that problem needs to be alleviated before we start additional work on this.
Okay, that's good to know.
Right, so if it comes back that their civil engineer says that we need a French drain running all the way down the side of the property, we need to redo the culverts, whatever it is, right, you can implement that as a condition of the rezoning.
Okay, that's good to know.
I'd be
I
willing
do
to
have a
that.
question too for the, I guess for the representative, Ms. Marlowe. I guess-
Congratulations, you've been appointed.
Yeah, I know, you've been nominated here. I guess my question is, do you all really see a world where you're going to agree to anything that the church does, or are you just really adamant, like, no?
We've lived with the church.
Yeah.
The church has been there. We've had no problem other than noise. We've put up with, we've had noise from parking lots. But then when we start getting the residual other things, like the garbage being dumped down that is on his property. It is on the side of the fence that is his, not ours. It rolls down. Now, some of it has rolled down in the solid yard. She's a 90-some-year-old lady. She's the one that's got the swell from the water issue. And her patio and her back house probably has been compromised, and her carport from that water. But what I'm saying is, we don't, at the house, if you put commercial property there, no matter if it's the house, if it's just the church office, that's one thing. You just got regular in and out traffic. But when you have multiple meetings all day long and nights and every day, you're asking for a lot more traffic. The house traffic also has lights that shine in our neighborhood now and across the street. The in and out with the parking lot, the neighbors across the street of Gilbert College made a comment about how at night they get all the lights when everybody's leaving their parking lot. And so I'm just saying, we don't want the commercialism of a lot of activity in the house. And then my other real fear is, if he starts with that parking lot, the house is not paved, it's dirt. So is he gonna pave all of that and then have a drive-through to the parking lot? Is that gonna, is it gonna all be connected so that he's ultimately a roundabout way getting almost all new parking?
Well, I think that's what the conditions are for, and I just do want to clarify that it would not be commercial. This definitely is not commercial.
Yeah, this is a civic
So-
use,
Yes,
yeah.
thank you. But I understand what you're saying, and it's just,
My back door to your wall is where the parking lot's gonna be. This is my back door, that's our fence, and that parking lot's gonna go to there.
so I guess my question is, is the community only going to be satisfied if there is no parking lot there?
The community's mostly concerned about the parking lot more than anything, that's true. And the privacy, you know, like we dealt with, we're seeing the garbage dumping and it still is continuing. And there's been this park with people living in it. There's also been meetings in the middle of the night where people have drove up there because thought they were drug dealers. We don't know that, but there could be a gate put up to secure that property in all kinds. But there could be other things done to that parking lot to make it more secure, the existing parking lot. So then, if you bring the other one right here in her yard, what's gonna happen? And then it is a little offset from their other parking lot. So I'm worried about if you leave some of the trees and the shrubberies there, which I love because of the boundary, but are we gonna end up with people coming there in the middle of the night doing all kinds of things? That's gonna really infringe on us. And yeah, I get it. Yeah, we need to call the law. But, I mean, when he's got people living in a car in his parking lot, what do? We don't own the property. And I know they're there. I went there when it was raining and the windows were all fogged up. And for 2 weeks, that car's been in the parking lot. Today, there was nobody in that parking lot, that car.
Well, I don't want to go down that hole too much,
No,
because
no,
someone can come and live in their car in front of my house, you know, like so I don't want to go too far down that. But I guess I'm now even more conflicted because
So I'd like to.
it just seems that there's
There
almost
is, and
nothing
that's
they
what I
can
meant
do
about the-
to make this better. And so I'm like,
That's
Yeah.
I'd like to see the engineer report, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, also for me, I don't care what he uses the house for. I think I wanted clarity based on what the residents
yeah,
were
oh, yeah,
saying
absolutely, yeah.
and what he was saying it was going to be used for. I wanted it to be more of a firm thing. That was pretty much it.
I mean, as far as safety goes, is we still want a family living in the house that's there 24 hours a day. They're always there versus, you know, this place is gonna be vacant at night. You know, that's when things happen. If you've got a family, you're in the neighborhood, you've got a family living there, they take care of each other. We've always taken care of each other as a neighborhood. That's what we want to remain as a neighborhood for that reason. I mean, the privacy is a huge issue with us, and just not having this constant flow of people, people coming around, and then not knowing what's going on there at night.
If it was a parsonage, that would be one thing, because then it's a family
Sure.
living there all the time.
So,
So that would not be a problem, and there would not be a need for a parking lot or anything else. And it's not the group home or the this, that we listed that simply because the very first time we had the meeting, there were 100 uses, not 100.
Right.
There were multiple uses listed, and then it seemed like the list kept getting pared down to respond to anything one of us said, one of the neighbors said.
Sure.
So it's just a matter of the fact that the church keeps changing a little bit of the story to align with whatever we want. But really, you're exactly right. We don't want a parking lot. We don't want it commercialized. We would like it to remain a family home. Because, as you said, the church is large already. This is our small neighborhood. It's not gonna get any bigger. It's as big as it's going to get. There's no room to grow, and the church is quite large for our neighbor. And, you know, we have a parking lot and additional whatever commercialized is for civic.
Thank you.
And I appreciate
that. Yeah, that sounds great. So I think what we need to do is can we come to a decision or a conclusion? If we can continue this, that would give us an opportunity to look at an engineer's report and,
Yeah, I appreciate what Jose had said about, is there a way we can do this? I'm not an expert, but I don't see that happening at the moment.
Right.
Because of the concerns that both, and still some information that we may still need. So I kind of support what Pam is saying about maybe, I hate to do that because you have to come back, but at the same time, I don't know that that's going to get resolved this evening.
If the council would like to continue the public hearing,
No, because the
No, not
public
right
hearing, public hearings are.
well, the public hearing is open, but this is a time for council to discuss, I'm sorry. So
You
what
can
I.
contact us after, though.
What I need from you guys is a motion to continue the public hearing to the August 18th town council meeting at 6 PM in the council chambers without further advertisement. Or so moved.
So,
I make a motion that we continue the item to August the 18th, to 6 PM to continue the public hearing without further advertisement.
In the council chambers, perfect, thanks.
Seconds?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. So I guess just one other comment from me. What I'm expecting is the following, that the engineers collectively will somehow find a way to get together and sort of determine what's going on or what's not going on, and hopefully come to some kind of professional consensus conclusion about what that really means. Number two is, the rezoning, in this case, still resides with the applicant. I'm expecting that the applicant will think about conditions and adding conditions that may be more amenable to the neighborhood. Now, obviously, there's certain things that the applicant has stated, there's certain things that you all have stated in terms of the neighbors that are right now at different ends of the spectrum. It would be a wonderful thing if there was some way to work that out where the applicant could develop a set of conditions that you all were comfortable with. And as I like to tell people, conditions really create the element of accountability and trust in these kinds of rezoning processes. So, hopefully as we get together between now and August the 18th, there'll be the engineer review, there'll be some more thoughtful work done by the applicant about conditions. My expectation would be that those conditions would be shared with the neighborhood before the 18th. But then when we get together on the 18th, that's where we'll figure out what progress has been made or not. And then I think, collectively, at least from my perspective, I'll be prepared to make an informed decision about whether to support this or not. So, thank you, everybody, for coming this evening.
Thank you.
Council, could we take a moment, just take maybe a 10-minute recess?
Yes,
And that would allow the council members to meet with the concerned citizens rather than continue the dialogue outside. I need a motion and a second.
Motion.
Can we take a
to
5-minute
10-minute
recess?
5 minutes?
Just 5.
Just
5 minutes?
Second, and,
Second.
okay.
Yes.
All in favor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, did we finish with this piece?
What's that?
Did we finish? We finished?
We finished.
Okay.
We're on to Parks and Recreation Quarterly Report.
Or the consideration of the adoption of Jamestown's strategic plan.
We did the Christmas parade.
Not the strategic plan, though.
No.
Oh, the strategic plan. I missed
the
that part on the
strategic
agenda,
plan.
sorry.
Yes.
All right, I'm just going to take over. At the June 23rd regular council meeting, council tabled the adoption of their annual strategic plan. And during some other conversations, we've learned that council would like to revisit portions of that plan prior to adoption. I had suggested several dates in your packet there, but did find out that Mr. Westmoreland was going to be out of town. So being respectful of his schedule, would offer the dates of August 25th, 26th, or 27th. Are any of those dates?
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
The strategic plan, we tabled it the last time.
Yeah.
And so,
And so now what are we talking about, August for?
so the dates
Before we-
that Matthew sent out earlier did not work, so he's given us more dates for special meetings.
Oh, for a special meeting to talk about the strategic plan?
For the strategic plan.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to be expeditious.
August the 25th, what and what?
25th, 6th, or 7th, and there's some open dates and times there. 10 to 12 or 2 to 4, 26th, 2 to 4, 10 to 12, 27th, 10 to 12 or 2 to 4, August 25th, 10 to 12.
How long is this? Because I know.
I could do the 26th or the 27th. I could do-
No, but how long's the meeting? Because Jim is going to be working, I'm going to be working. So if it's in the middle of the day, we would,
I was trying to limit it to 2 hours, no
Okay.
more than 2 hours, like a 10 to 12 slot or a 2 to 4 slot.
I could do Wednesday or Thursday, the 26th or the 27th.
How long
Either
do we
one.
intend for this to be?
2 to 4.
How long do we intend for it to be, like 2-hour slot?
I just was reserving a slot of time. I would hope that it wouldn't take more than 2 hours. It could take much less than that. That's fine, too.
So August 26th at 2 to 4, is that?
Or 10 to,
That's fine.
or 12 to 2, 12 to
yeah.
2 or 2 to 4.
I would prefer to do 2 to 4.
Yeah.
2 to 4 on the 26th.
That works.
That works for me.
Does that work for you, Pam? And Susan, does it work for you?
I'm easy,
Okay.
2 to 4, 8
Yeah.
to 26.
You said
6,
what time, 2 to 4?
26,
2 to 4?
2 to 4 p.m.
On August 26th.
Right here,
In this room,
right here.
yes. And we will advertise it accordingly.
Okay.
I believe now it's Scott's turn, but I come back.
Yeah, there we go.
Scott.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm here this evening to present the quarterly golf report for the fourth quarter of the fiscal year 25-26. The golf course, well, I'm just looking at your packets. Thank you, Matthew, for passing those out. The first page will be about this, the last quarter of 2020, or the fiscal year. So the golf course continued its strong financial performance during the quarter. Total revenue for April through June was approximately $582,000, an increase of more than $64,000 or approximately 12% compared to the same quarter last year. The largest gains came from greens fees and cart rentals, reflecting continued growth in rounds played and overall activity. We also experienced steady performance in concessions, pro shop sales, and clubhouse rentals. As expected, fourth quarter's expenditures included several planned capital purchases and continued investments in maintaining the golf course. Those capital expenditures are budgeted separately from operating expenses and represent long-term investments that will benefit the course for many years. Because of this fourth quarter report also closes the fiscal year 25-26, I'd also like to take just a few additional minutes to summarize this year's financial results. They represent an important milestone in the financial performance of Jamestown Park Golf Course. Over the past 6 fiscal years, we have worked diligently to strengthen the financial performance of the golf course. During the earlier years of this period, the course experienced operating losses. However, each year we made steady progress by increasing revenue and controlling expenses and improving operational efficiency. I'm pleased to report that fiscal year 25-26 marks the first operating surplus during this 6-year period with an operating profit of $57,856. This achievement was not the result of one decision or one successful year. It represents years of steady progress and a continued commitment for responsible financial management. Revenue increased from approximately $1 million in fiscal year 2020, in fiscal year 2021 to approximately $1.64 million this year, an increase of more than 52%. We experienced strong growth in cart rentals, increased rounds played, expanded tournaments and outings, and the greater use of our clubhouse facilities. Fiscal year 25-26 also, it's not a scroll, I promise, also the strongest annual revenue growth for the 6-year period, with revenues increasing nearly 17% over the previous year. At the same time, we remain focused on responsible expense management. While maintenance costs have naturally increased as we continue investing in a quality golf course, we achieved meaningful efficiencies within the golf shop operations by reducing personnel and contracted service costs. These improvements, combined with continued revenue growth, allowed us to eliminate recurring operating losses and achieve a positive operating result. I'd also like to briefly address capital investments, as they're often confused with operating performance. Capital expenditures include equipment, facilities, and infrastructure improvements. These are long-term investments that are budgeted separately from the annual operating budget because they improve the course for many years to come. Separating operating results from capital investments provides the clearest picture of financial performance. Operating results answers whether or not the golf course generates sufficient revenue to cover the cost of daily operations. Capital investments demonstrate the town's ongoing commitment to preserving and improving this valuable public asset. Both are important measures, but they serve different purposes and should be evaluated differently. The numbers tell the story. Jamestown Park Golf Course has made measurable financial progress. Operating losses have been reduced, revenues continue to grow, expenses are being responsibly managed, and the town has continued investing in long-term successes of the facility. These results demonstrate that the golf course is financially stronger today than it has been in recent years and is well positioned to continue building on this momentum. Before I conclude, I would like to recognize some of the people who made these results possible. First, I want to recognize our town manager and assistant town manager for their leadership, vision, and unwavering support. Their commitment to responsible management has helped position the golf course for long-term success. Also, I want to recognize our finance director and the finance department for their outstanding financial stewardship, careful budgeting, and partnership throughout this process. Their expertise has been instrumental in helping us make informed financial decisions. Finally, I want to recognize the outstanding employees of both our Parks and Recreation Department and our golf course. This has been an exceptional year for both departments, and the success we're celebrating tonight belongs to them. Our Parks and Recreation staff and golf course team work together as one unit. They share equipment, resources, responsibilities, and they're always willing to step in and help wherever is needed. Whether it's maintaining our parks, preparing the golf course before sunrise, supporting tournaments, community events, or providing exceptional customer service to our residents and guests. They approach every task with professionalism, pride, and a commitment to excellence. This operating surplus is not the achievement of one department or one individual. It is the result of teamwork, collaboration, and employees who take pride in serving this community every day. Their dedication has strengthened not only our financial performance of the golf course, but also the quality of services we provide throughout our Parks and Recreation Department. The financial results presented this evening reflect years of steady progress, responsible financial management, and the dedication of an exceptional team. They demonstrate the Jamestown Park Golf Course is financially stronger today than it has been in recent years, and we remain committed to building on that success. Thank you, and do y'all have any questions?
No questions, but congratulations. I can't imagine how much dedication it takes to know that it's going to take you 6 or 7 years to do the things that you want to do, but to be able to stay the focus and be able to accomplish that, because the golf course has grown, it's become more popular. That doesn't just happen. And that's a lot of work on your part to make the course better, which unfortunately costs money to do those kinds of things. But I think you're seeing the fruits of you guys, of your labor, and we certainly appreciate that.
Thank you. It does show that the investments that we've been making are paying off.
Thank you.
Yeah, I too wanted to thank you and the team and congratulate you on the results for this past year in terms of the operating surplus that's reported. It's one of these things that you hear a lot of information. I know we've asked for reports to get a better snapshot of what this actually looks like in terms of revenues versus expenses. And it doesn't mean I won't have additional questions as we get into things, but this looks very good, and I'm appreciative of, again, all the effort that's gone into it. And we just say, for folks that are listening in that live in our community and those beyond, you need to come check out our world-class golf course because we are open for business and certainly want to do more with our facility. But thank you again. It's no small feat to be able to bring this in the way you did, so appreciate it.
Thank you.
I too do appreciate the Parks and Golf, and I really enjoy being the liaison on there. But I tell you, you guys really did work on July 3rd, and it was just, I worked, but I watched y'all and the team. So that was just really.
We've got an amazing team, and they put in the work. And I truly mean it when I say that they need to wear this too. This is part of the whole team's success.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
ought to sell the shirts online, like a merch shop, you know?
Yeah.
Baby steps. We're getting there, but we've been making a lot of changes the past few
Okay.
2 years,
All right.
and we're in the process, and it kind of got stalled out with a lot of things other things that were going on. But we do have an app coming out for the golf course, so you'll be able to download the app, make your tee time. There's also a section on there whether we set it up right away or not, but where you'll be able to buy our merch and stuff like that.
And the thing I think most people, old timers, say, when are they gonna open that grill again? You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never-
Oh,
I haven't heard anything about
Can't
that
get into
one.
that today. Oh, my gosh, that's another whole meeting.
Nobody's ever asked me that one.
Really?
I'm just kidding. That's the number one question I
Go
get.
for it. All right, thank you. Great job, thanks, Scott.
Thank
Thank
y'all.
you, Scott.
Okay, where am I here? Oh, more sidewalk talk.
Matthew again.
I think it was a good idea to have a little conversation about the Oakdale Sidewalk project, meaning that it's been on the books for a long time. It's been delayed a little bit, as you know, and a good portion of that time was at the request of NCDOT, who wanted to complete the bypass project first, and that has been completed. Since then, we've had some staffing, engineering, and funding challenges that continue to plague the project. The most significant issue is the large increase in cost for the project over the amount of funding from the original Congestion Mitigation Air Quality, or CMAQ, grant, which was initially $700,000 for the entire project. Some of those funds we had to use for engineering. The town is now at a crossroads. If we decide to move on from the project and scrap it, DOT has indicated that they would not require reimbursement for funds spent to date. However, if we decide to move forward, costs will far outweigh the available grant funding. Revised cost estimates are in your packet. Basically, it looks like, at current rates, we would need somewhere just over $1.1 million. And in discussions with different council members, I talked to Mr. and Ms. Moreland, who is our representative to the High Point MPO. He indicated that he would be willing to have this discussion with both the MPO and DOT to see if we could find some additional funding. And I wanted to bring this to the attention of council and the public, and if you're have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them, but I think Mr. Westmoreland's agreed to help us seek out some additional funding.
So I'll be glad to do that. I guess, again, just for council's edification and the public as well, the CMAQ grant is typically funded with a 20% local match and 80% contribution that comes from the state DOT that's federal funding. So right now, it looks like on the TIP, we're scheduled for $700,000 worth of support. So basically, right now, we've got a $772,000 gap that will need to be hopefully filled by the DOT with additional CMAQ funding to help support the project. More than happy to take this on. Being cautiously optimistic, I feel good about our abilities to make the case with the DOT and then hopefully have it funded in fairly short order. CMAQ funding seems to be a funding source that has some flexibility in it from a state DOT perspective, but glad to take it on, be glad to report back to council once we know where we're at. So the one question I have for you is, I know in here it says that one section is funded at $300,000. Is that money that we have already allocated in reserve?
Yes, so we have that, it's in the CIP, it is taken out of fund balance. We discussed this maybe a year or so ago.
And how much of the $700,000 have we already spent?
That's a really good question. I'd have to ask Rebecca Ashby about that. I know we have spent some. I can't recall the exact amount off the top of my head.
Just
I'll
let
get
me
it
know,
for you.
because I think,
Yep.
but it's all part of this new $1.84 million number.
So I backed out the 300,000 because that is separate. The rest of it, yes, we would need roughly 1.1 million. Best estimate. I mean, it's not a bidding
We'll get
number.
square on the math, and I'll
But yeah.
go
Absolutely, we'll get that to you.
make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. That's great.
Okay.
Are we ready for the next? Consideration of the amendment to the personnel?
It's council's pleasure.
Yeah, I think we're ready for it.
All right.
Consideration of the amendment to the personnel policy regarding annual leave rates.
Yes, so this was a recommendation from Councilmember Glanville.
Yes.
To help with recruitment and retention. She identified that one of the challenges sometimes for other employees coming from other jurisdictions that participate in the state or local retirement system is that they would have to start back at zero. Their tenure is not recognized. So if you have a 10-year employee at the city of High Point, we hire them here, vacation that they would be earning at a rate with their tenure would not transfer over currently. Karen has done some work, put this paragraph that's in red, saying that the town will accept the transfer of service from employers who are participants of the local or state employees retirement system, and she put the acronyms in there for you. Service will be treated as though it was earned from the town for vacation leave only. Service can be verified by the former employer by accessing Orbit, which is the online retirement benefit system. I'd be happy to answer questions, or Karen has patiently been waiting to do the same.
Yeah, I will say, I brought it up, I hadn't had a chance to talk to all of you individually yet, but I had brought it up in a budget session, I believe, long ago, and I just am a really firm believer in this. We have tough budget years like we have had this, and, we made some tough decisions about employee compensation. But where we can do things that, don't have a large financial impact on the town, but add more benefits to our employees, I'm in favor of it, and I think this is a good one that will really help with recruitment and helping those folks who maybe already came and gave up some of their tenure and can maybe earn that back. And I know for me personally, working in the local government employee retirement system now for 17 plus years, that it's a big deal. It's a big deal to give up your tenure, so.
I'm in agreement. I think it's a good I'll call it a program, maybe, who knows?
Yeah, let's call it that.
But I think it's good. So I'm in agreement, but I do have just one question on that, Matthew. So if we, just say hypothetically agree to the amendment, are we agreeing to the whole personnel policy? Because I have not really reviewed that.
So there would not be any additional changes to the personnel policy,
It's just that one amendment.
just that one paragraph. The other one is in existence now. The rest of the policy, nothing has changed other than the section in red.
When was this policy approved by council?
Well, let's see here. I don't have the previous date. It doesn't have that in there.
I just, it's like at the very end, it says this policy shall become effective as of July 1st, 2026. If we approve it, I read that to mean this whole personnel policy. And I'm not comfortable with that. I'm fine with the amendment if we amend a personnel
So
policy.
I want to make some clarification there. That is so that she can calculate time as of July the 1st. That's the beginning of the fiscal year. That's the appropriate time for us to make those types of changes. This would be retroactive. So if an employee was earning as if they just came here, let's say we have a brand-new employee, they're earning it at,
No, I'm fine with that. I mean, this whole 15-page policy. It looks
there
like
are
we're-
no other changes to this policy,
Okay,
period.
but when was this a policy approved by council?
I'd have to go back and research, I'd have to go back and see when the policy was originally adopted. I don't know that that has any bearing on this decision at all.
So the July 1st is just, that's when this amendment is effective, not when this
That's
whole policy
correct.
is effective, just when that one amendment is effective.
Yes, ma'am, that's
The
correct.
one amendment that's in red.
That's correct.
So so really, I think theoretically, we can look at the policy.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we want to amend review and amend the whole policy at some point, we could do that. But
Can we word it as we approve the amendment, just the amendment tonight?
I think that's what it
That's
is,
all
yeah.
you're
I think
agreeing
that's
to,
what it
that's
is, yeah.
correct.
Maybe stated that way, I'm not sure.
So it's just to approve or
The
deny the
amendment to the
amendment.
When an amendment is
To the
proposed,
personnel.
you're
But we
only
can go back
adopting
and
the
look at the
amendment.
policy, the personnel policy.
Yeah, we're not, because I'd rather, I feel funny.
Yeah, I mean, if we
Right.
want to do a thorough review of the policy, if we want to do a thorough review of the entire policy, we can do that at some point, for sure.
So do you want to make a motion, Sarah?
Yeah, I do.
What up?
I make a motion to,
The amendment.
It's just the red
Amendment.
I make a motion to approve the amendment to the personnel policy regarding annual leave rates as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Aye, aye.
This is what I'm doing.
Katie, do we have anyone sign up? for
Nope.
public comment?
Nobody signed up.
Okay, I make a motion that we go into closed
Or is it
session per
this?
General Statute 143-318 to discuss a matter related to attorney-client privilege, case number 26CV010668-400, and a personnel matter.
Second.
I'm sorry.
I was still
We
reading
were-
where we are, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We just made a motion to go into closed session.
Yes, second.
No, it was already second.
Oh,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
oh, gosh.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Second. Favor?
Aye.
Aye. There we go.